Have a sight. He is our strength and our redeemer, and it's in his name, which is his authority, that we pray, praise, proclaim, project, and protect today's message. Amen. All right, welcome everybody. We're thankful for having you on. As always, this is Pastor Kofi, Pastor Servant of Christ, where we are always changing lives one mind at a time by being the voice of the voiceless and speaking the unspoken. And thank you for being with us today. We give all honor and praise to the Most High. We give all praise and honor to the Most High for my wife, the Honorable Maya, the Honorable Amma, who lives a life that's able to be honored. You can check her out on TikTok, YouTube, her website, and Pinterest at Bloom and Flourish, not A&D, the letter N, Bloom and Flourish. She is a healer, herbalist, chemist, and biologist by degree. And we're thankful and grateful for everything that she does for the community. You can also check out the tinctures and the natural medicines that she has. These are just things that are there for healing, and things that she makes by literally going out foraging for things on her own time, so that we can have things to be able to make sure that we are healthy. And so thank you for your support of what it is that she's doing in the community for the diaspora, et cetera. To the moderators, ministerial staff, to SOC, to those that are with us. If it's your first time with us, hopefully one time of many. If it is your first time, if you're with us all the time, et cetera. If you agree, disagree, whatever, we are excited to have you on with us. We just hope and pray that you would treat each other like human beings. And, if not, we have moderators to make sure that we keep this place a safe space. However, thank you guys for being on today. And once again, today we're going to talk about romantic government, the truth about romantic government. Right, all these things that are governing people. What is the truth about romantic government? What is the truth about romantic government? Government that uses Roman antics. And so let's go ahead, before we get deeper into it, let's go ahead and say hello to everybody. How you doing, Big Brother Thomas? How you doing? As Heavy MC, 1960 Heavy MC. How you doing? Jolene, Saved by Grace, Elion, Minister Sharon, Sister Deborah, also Arrogant JoJo, Alton, Brother Alton, see me, Jersey, Jill Bailey, hello to you. All right. I don't know how to do it. Froki Tips. I'm not sure if I said that correctly. Okay. Thank you, Kalu, and how are you doing? Thanks for being on with us. And hello to everybody who's coming on, user 221, Roderick, Brim, etc. Everybody who's coming on, we appreciate you. Peace to everybody. Kofi, hola, mi nombre es Kofi, ¿cómo está? Bonjour, je m'appelle Kofi, ça va? Namaste, ni hao, Ohio, Osayo, Aquaba, etc. Jambo, Habari, Mimini Kofi, Nina Faraco, Katana Nueve. It's right for hello everybody who's on. All right, cool. I'm glad I got that correct. How you doing, Corin? And we want to get into these Roman terms today because we don't know how government works. And so we want to talk about Roman government, because you are in Rome, and when you're in Rome, if you're not careful, you will do as the Romans do, rather than being somebody who's in Rome but not of it. How you doing, Anubis? So we want to talk about this Roman government today and see the parallels, because a lot of people are not aware of how these things work. How you doing, Brother Vincent? And I will be honest with you, I don't know every single thing, obviously, about Roman history or the Roman story. I know enough, though, to be able to recognize what's going on. So we see certain things that pop up, like we hear about a centurion, we don't know what that is. How you doing, Sister Dawn? We hear about a censor, but we don't know what that is. Right? When you are censored, it's because censor is a position. We just think, oh, something was censored or something was canceled. We'll use today cancel culture, or somebody just did this randomly or whatever. But all these terms that we use, mediums or media, etc., they all have a position that come with it. And thanks for being part of Community Kalua. They all carry a mindset. They all carry, some of you will believe in a spirit or a pneumatical thought, which, by the way, pneuma or something pneumatical is something you can look up to figure out what it is. It means a spirit. And even with the Roman people, how you doing, Sister Tracy? These Roman authoritative, these people in Roman authoritative positions, they know what these things mean more than we do, right? So we want to talk about these things. We want to talk about some of these positions. We want to talk about some of these things as far as you might know what an emperor is, but maybe you don't know what a consul is. So when you go to get counsel, do you know what a consul is? Do you know why that term is used and expressed? And so when it says, blessed is the man that walks not in the counsel of the and a lot of your Bibles will say ungodly. Do you even know what counsel means? Right? Do you know what a consul is? Do you know why consul is such a heavy position to have? Do you know what a proconsul is? Right? Do you know, once again, that pneumatical thought, it means spirit. It means a stoic thought that marries the spirit, the body, and the soul together. How you doing? Is it Ure? I'm not sure if I said that correctly. Ohraee. Thanks for being on. Right. So today we want to have that conversation. Well, Marcel, it's okay. If I'm not going fast enough, then feel free to watch the recording later. I'm gonna go at the pace though. We have a long time on Sundays that we take, so I'm gonna take my time. You're more than welcome to listen if you like. So we want to get into these things because we're not aware of what these terms mean. You're using them, you're living in them, but you're not aware. What about parades? We'll talk about that today as well. We talked about that before, but do you know what a parade is? Do you know how a parade comes about? Do you know why people still to this day rush to get things done in one term, hoping that they'll get voted in, but if not, hoping that they'll still be able to get some different things later on? Right? You said it's the spirit, the same as the soul. No, so even in the Greek, in the Latin, or in Roman theology, even in that, the spirit is pneuma, which is the stoic thought that marries the spirit, the soul, and the body together. So it's the spirit being in control, getting the soul through the soul, getting the flesh to be in subjection. That's actually what spirit is in the Roman context. If you're going to talk about though the soul, the soul, yeah, the soul is the psyche. Which is Psyche, which we call psyche, and ology or logia is talking about the study of, or the teaching of, or the logic of. So if you go to a psychologist, IST means somebody proficient in it. IST, you're talking about somebody who's proficient in ology, the study of psyche, the soul. Right? That's actually what we're dealing with. So when somebody says, I'm going to a psychologist, what you have to realize is you're saying you're going to somebody who's proficient in the study of the soul, right? And psychology is very important when it comes to government. Is it not? Right? Right? It's very important in the study of the soul. So we have to realize that in romantic government and in a romantic season, well, not just a romantic season, but in a romantic environment, you have to realize what's going on. How you doing, Beastie Rican? X great. How you doing? Thanks for being on. So, how you doing, Brother Naya? So we want to go into some of those things. So we'll head there. Let's see. With so let's go ahead and look up some of these things, and let's just kind of look at a list. So here's a quick list I tried to put together real quick, or I didn't put together, but I found. That we can look at when it comes to some of these things. And up top, we're going to see is a consult. Then you're going to have a praetor. Then you're going to have a quaestor. Then you're going to have a pro-magistrate. Then you're going to have a aedile or aedile, depending on what type of Latin, influence, or what influences your Latin speaking, whether it's French, Spanish, etc., right, Portuguese, etc. Then you're going to have what? A tribune. And then you're going to have a censor, and then you're going to have a government. Now, I want you to notice, if you think about these things somewhat slowly, or take your time with these, which is why I'm not just rushing through them. If we take our time, then a consult is somebody that we go, right? If we want to consult somebody, let's even look up some modern definitions, right? If we were to look up definition of consult, right? If I were to go to somebody, I need somebody for a consultation, right? How you doing, Lafarius? Thanks for being on. If I were to go to somebody for a consultation, how you doing, our world's info? What am I looking for as a verb? If somebody's going to consult me, or I'm going to consult somebody, how you doing, Sister Barbara? Then what am I doing? I'm looking for somebody who I'm seeking information or advice from somebody. So a consult is what? Somebody who's I'm seeking information from, even in modern terms, right? We're going to go through some of this stuff later, but we're going to take our time, right? Because we got to make sure we get this. So if I'm consulting someone, then I should have information someone doesn't have. Now, as a noun, what is a consult? The person who's a consult, right? A person who's a consult should be a professional who gives me a consultation, or I could say it's an act of, which wouldn't make it a noun, right? But But yeah, so they don't even have this right in the definition, because you can't say something's a noun and then talk about it being an action. Doesn't make sense, right? So actually, I have to see. We have to make sure we know how the words even work. So let me just give you. They're trying to say as a noun, a consult is an act of consulting a professional, or a consultation, but that would be a verb, right? So to consult is the verb, but to go to a consult is somebody in position to give you counsel. They have information. And they should be a professional, whatever it is. So if somebody is a consult in the medical world, you might look for somebody who is a doula. You might look for somebody who is a doctor. You might look for somebody who is a podiatrist. You are going to somebody who is a consult with particular information. Thanks for being part of the community using it 909. So when we're looking at this stuff, we're looking for specific people. How you doing, Soul Child? Right? We're looking for something particular. So up top is consult. Now, later on, we would obviously add emperor above this, for a time. But before the emperor was an official thing, you had consuls. And all these people we're going to study today, and all these positions we're going to look at, you have to comprehend that all these people are family, or they are on the same level as far as class. We had our thing go away. That's okay. So all these people that we're going to be looking at today, they're the same family, or really the same class. Right? So I can't talk about any of these people: a consult, a prayer to request, a pro magistrate, a delay, a tribune, a censor, or a governor, without realizing that they're all in the same class. Okay? And it's important that we get that. How you doing, Minister Joseph? It's important that we get that. How you doing, Sister Cynthia, as well? Because if we get that, we'll recognize that if they're all in the same class and they're all marrying into each other, becoming the same family, then I have to realize that these are the people that create the law. Right? How you doing, Brittany? Thanks for being on. So these are the people that create the law. Why is that important? Because law doesn't give rights, correct? Law protects rights. Y'all catch that? So law doesn't give rights. Law protects rights. Now, if law protects rights, we gotta get this correct now. If law protects rights, then I have to look at, does it protect everybody's rights, or does it protect the rights of the lawgiver? How you doing, Miss Modesty? Modesty? How you doing? Right? So when this law is created, is it created for all, or is it created for the top? Because this is how a kingdom works. I know they want you to believe a republic is different than a kingdom. Reality is that if everybody's up top and these families are just simply trading positions and being voted in and really voted themselves in, even to this day, right? Then you got to realize that the law is made for those that are up top, not for those bottom. Exactly, right? It's not created. It's created. See, watch this, because this is how a kingdom works. Whoever the king or the queen is, the law that they speak has to be something that protects them first, so that the subordinates can be protected. That's how a kingdom is supposed to work. However, the kingdom that you're in says that the law that protects them makes slaves out of those who work for them. Right? Well, business and industries today would be the ones that come up with the law. They're the ones that put their family members or people that they choose in the positions. They're the ones that tell the president they can or cannot make a law. In the Senate, you can't go to the Senate or the House of Representatives and think that you're just going to make a law and not involve somebody. It's written in law that somebody who is part of these corporations has to sit in on these meetings. So even still to this day, we have to be in a position where we realize that the law is to protect the rights of those who are over you. Right? The problem is you have people that are, as we talked about yesterday, they are hypocrites. Right? They are hypocrites. Hypocrites mean, or hypocrite, as you would call it today, but a hypocrite is somebody who lives underneath the criteria. You see? So if I live underneath the criteria, then it means I am a hypocrite. Right? So the hypocrite or the hypocrite creates the law that's supposed to protect everybody, but does not live by the same law that you have to live by. That's why they are citizens, or they live as citizens with an uppercase C, while you live as citizens with a lowercase c. That's in your Constitution. If you swear you live by that Constitution, that's in your Constitution. And I'm sorry for the noise. It's probably going to get noisier. I might have to move positions a little further, or maybe go to the other side. I realized it was going to be this loud up front, but hopefully we'll be able to deal with it. If it becomes too much of a deal, y'all let me know, and I'll move somewhere else, right? But we want to talk about that today, right? So we have a consul, right, or consul, right? Then we have a praetor. We're going to have a quaestor. We're going to have a pro-magistrate, an aedile, or aedile, or delay, excuse me, depending on how you're using the Roman language or the Latin part of the Roman language that they're using. You have a tribune or tribune. You have a censor, right, where people have a right to censor you. We're going to find out what that position is. And then we're going to talk about a governor, right? And then we're going to talk about a governor, okay? So first and foremost, let's deal with this consult, right? Let's deal with this consult. So this is the person besides the emperor, right? The emperor is the person, who ends up with the power, but still they have to answer to all these other positions. They have to answer to the military, they have to answer to the people. So nobody really is in charge per se, but they have to be all these positions. They own everything. The same people that are making your law, they own everything, right? So this is a consul. A consul, right, is an official appointed by a government to live in a foreign city and protect and promote the government's citizens and interests there, right? But what we're focusing on today is part two. So we know that consuls still exist today, right? Because we can see the definition that the British have consuls. However, what we're focused on today is one of the two annually elected chief magistrates who jointly ruled the republic. Okay. So what is this? In romantic stuff, you're going to have one of two, just like you have Republicans and Democrats, right? Right. Just like you have one of two. You have Republicans and Democrats. You're going to have one of two annually elected chief magistrates who jointly rule the republic. We're going to see that a lot of this stuff is still being done today, right? The same stuff that you talk about in the Bible when they talk about Rome, same stuff when you're talking about his story, the same stuff you're talking about in the story, you're talking about the same stuff, right? They haven't changed it. How you doing, Aphrodite? It's not changed in all this time, right? You're dealing with one of two, right? Or two people who are annually elected chief magistrates who jointly ruled the republic. Now you do it every 4 years, or depending on which position, might be every 6 years, but you do this, you vote them in, but you're dealing with one of two sides of the same coin. Right. And what happens is, if you're not aware of this, when you're dealing with a consul, these consuls, so they're voted out of all these families who have power in the republic. And you must comprehend, see, these families that have power, see, before we go too much deeper, if we be honest about it, these families who have power in all these positions, we have to first and foremost realize and recognize that these families are voting each other in. They're marrying everybody, right? They're marrying within themselves. And when they even start having people who say you have too much power, you know what they do? They reach out to upper middle class and they put them in position and they make them upper class, right? So you have the upper class, you have the elites. And when everybody starts saying you don't give enough power, this and that, they simply just marry into families that are a little lower than them and they put them right back in position. And they create the same thing all over again, as now those families are split up some. And, and now you have, just like colorism, classism, et cetera, you have people that you think of the same, but you don't anymore. Classic example of this, chattel slavery, right? You had Irish indentured servants and also Irish slaves. People don't want to go there, but you had Irish indentured servants and you had native slaves, African slaves, etc. Okay, this is in the Americas. And so when you have these people there, they work together, but they started fighting together because the Irish had already been dealing with the oppression of the English, and they were being mistreated as indentured servants already, right? And so as they're being mistreated as indentured servants, you're having a big problem that's happening, where not only are they being represented as indentured servants, you're also having a problem where I'm sorry, I'm trying to get rid of some spam off of our YouTube channel. So not only are they being represented as indentured servants, you have to realize and recognize that they have been enslaved before and they deal with some slavery still, and they're being mistreated, and they look out at these people of color who are being mistreated simply because of their color, and they're seeing similar things that they used to say about them just because they were Irish. So they started fighting with us in chattel slavery. And what happens is that we use the social construct white people who were in charge. They started saying, yo, well, we got to stop this fighting. And so before we get to 1712, even before we get into, Willie Lynch letter and that type of taking it to that next level, which had already existed in 1600s, but Willie Lynch took it to the next level, you'll see that they said, okay, look, Irish folk, why don't we just make you guys honorary white people, but we'll just make you low class white people. But at least you won't be dealing with the slavery and the bad indentured servitude that we had you in before. And so as they thought about themselves, they thought about their family, they thought about their community. Some of them still decided to stay and fight and die as slaves and be mixed in. Some of them were even put in the breeding camps. Some of them, but a lot of them decided, hey, let's go ahead and try this supposed white thing out, right? And let's see where it takes us. So now you get 100 years later, a couple hundred years later, and now you have Irish people that say, I'm so tired of black people and they're this and that. They should pull themselves up by their bootstraps. And they say, we're not even Irish Americans anymore. We're just American, right? You have this done. Why? Because the families who were in charge, who enslaved both, simply said, okay, well, if people start learning that they're together and they'll fight against us and they'll start murmuring, we need to make sure that we get ourselves together. How do we do that? We'll make sure that we marry into some of them, that we make a class, we'll add an extra class to separate them. And so now they'll look at the other people and say that they have a victim mentality, not a victor mentality, even though the victor is who creates the victim. Right? You guys catch that? How you doing, Sister Bree? You see, if you catch it, it's the same thing. This is the same mentality. Back then, somebody's saying we don't have enough food. Well, somebody says, okay, we'll marry into a family or whatever. We'll separate that family up. We'll take some of the stuff that they do or whatever, and we'll make new laws. And we'll say, hey, look, we'll give you the family that we separated. We took some of them, we put them in the Senate. The rest of them, we'll go ahead and take their lands. We'll take what they use to make food and stuff. And since they weren't giving it to you anyways, we'll just go ahead and give the poor people their food. And the poor people will say, see, they did it. They got rid of the bad people, right? When reality is the people who they separated out of there, the people who are upper class, right? Citizens, the people who are the elitists, they have more food than the people that they just took their food from. They just pulled you are the man. If you don't know what I'm saying, that's the biblical reference of David, kills Uriah, takes Bathsheba. Nathan has to come to him and say there was a man who had 99 sheep and everything was fine, but he wanted that one sheep so bad. He took that one sheep from the other person and he killed the person so he could have the sheep and have 100. David says, show me who the man is. I'll kill him. Nathan says, you are the man, right? Same mentality. You see this same fight. How you doing, Miss Pierce? Same thought process. You said just wait till this whole CBDC starts levels of rules on that. Well, yeah, that's why you got to make sure you got your own as much as possible, right? And that's why we need to do it sooner than later. So, when we're dealing with these things, this is what we're dealing with. This is the kind of system, right? This is the kind of system that we're in. How you doing, Balloon Water? Thanks for being part of the community. So this is the system that we're in. We're captivated. We're captives in the system. So here you are going back to these positions now. Consult is what a consult is coming out of, this type of family. And what happens is the families get together and once a year, they would vote in a new consult, right? Once a year, this consult had power, right? And so the consult had power. There were two of them. Like you have Republicans and Democrats, and the one consult could veto the other consult. This is like Republicans when they're in office, they veto what Democrats do, or when the Democrats are in power in office, they veto what the Republican does, correct? You see, it's a romantic government. It's the same, we're dealing with the same thing, right? We're dealing with the same thing over and over again, right? There's nothing new under the sun. We're trying to act like we need to have new terminology and this and that. You need to figure out the origin. We wrestle not against flesh and blood. It's not each other that's the problem. It's the origin. We don't know the origin of these things, right? So you have to be in position where you get this, where you recognize what's going on, right? How you doing, Sister Beverly? Right, and how you doing, Not Guilty? So we're having the same fight. Somebody says, hey, you know what? Black Lives Matter. We go, oh, Black Lives Matter is evil. Look at what the organization did. But a lot of people don't care about the organization. They're saying Black lives should matter, and let's make sure that all cultures are represented. They cause you to fight. Somebody now, Kanye West, he puts on a T-shirt, has Candace Owens shows up. He says, white lives matter. Everybody says, oh my goodness, we got to fight about this again or whatever. When the reality is that, look, even though there's no real such color as white or whatever, but let's go with it, right? There's white lives matter. Okay, sure. right? You do human beings matter, but they want you to fight, right? They want you to fight against each other. Well, we could talk about Khazarian or Ashkenazi, et cetera, but we'll get there. But it's division. It's there to get you, right? And so you have two consults that are supposed to fight against each other. That's what these consults do, right? That's what these consults do. How you doing, Jesse? That's what these consults do. You have two of them, and they're voted in every year to veto what the other person's doing. But also, here's what happens. See, you got to know how these consults work. The consul, excuse me, is supposed to do what? They're supposed to make sure that Rome keeps expanding, right? Four horsemen type mentality, right? One of the horsemen is there just to make money off of things. Second horseman that comes up is supposed to make sure that what they're conquering just for conquering's sake. You have a mentality, and once again, we have to be quick about this because people will try to do the whole Edomite thing, Gentile thing, gens thing. Roman was bigger than just a color or bigger than just one family. There were many families who were over Rome. Julius Caesar was not what you would call today a white person, right? Julius Caesar would have been a person of color, right? Just like Alexander the Great, and just like King Leonidas. I know I'm going back before Rome now, but these were not people of who you would consider they be white. They would have been people of color. Whatever color you want to argue about is fine, but I'm just here to tell you, right? This whole idea of if we talk about Rome or talk about Europe, it has to be a white person is a very bad way of looking at things. That's the way of getting you to be separated, right? People who were in charge who came up with stuff like Carl Linnaeus, Charles Darwin, who said he was a child of Linnaeus, Darwin's cousin who came up with eugenics. That's something that's created specifically to divide, right? Go read the title, right? And for those who don't know, I'm talking about Charles Darwin's book. Literally, it's called "The Origin of Species," The Origin of Species by Natural Selection, or the preservation of favored races in the struggle for life, right? Written in 1859. That's the title, telling you that his Charles Darwin's book, and it says, by the way, he's Linnaean, so he's taught by people who follow Carl Linnaeus. Thanks for the love, by the way. It's saying clearly there that when you're reading this stuff, you're reading something that's supposed to cause divide in species or races. When he talks about species, when you read the book, the species you're talking about races. You said Marcus Aurelius wouldn't have been part of this, correct? Part of what? Part of the same system Marcus Aurelius was. I mean, a lot of people like Marcus Aurelius, and Marcus Aurelius had some great things, but let's not act like Marcus Aurelius wasn't in on slavery and things like that. How you doing, Sister Marion? Grand rising to you. Yeah, even in school and stuff like that, that's what they're teaching, things like that. How you doing, Jerry? So these are the things. I keep forgetting, is it Gary or Jerry? I'm gonna get it one of these days. I apologize. It takes me a while with names, but thank you for being on. I remember who you are. Names, for some reason, it takes me a minute. But we have to realize this. You said yes, but aren't we all just one race, Homo sapiens? We're sure, right? The problem is we don't treat each other like that. And we need to figure out why we've been governed in a manner that allows us to think that we shouldn't treat each other as the same. That's the issue, right? Like, that's the issue, is that we have to do this. No, race is not fake. See, once again, race is so see what I'm saying? We're already having a different issue, right? We're talking about different things. So let's make sure that we get this correct. I was trying not to be too repetitive, but sometimes we need to be repetitive, right? So let's deal with it like this. Is race a social construct? Can we agree? That race is do we agree? That might be part of the problem. Do we agree that race is a social construct? Right? Can we agree on that? Can we start there? Can we do that? Like, if we can do that, it'll make it a lot. If we can at least start there, right? So now let's look at this. What does the word social construct mean? If I were to say you are social, and if I were to say something is constructed, what am I saying? Right? You see what I'm saying? So if we agree that race is a social construct, let's agree on what that means. We just say race is a social construct, and we say it's fake, this, that. No, time out. What is a social construct? You said you'll agree that racism has a lot to do with religion. Well, religion literally means a legion of people that repetitively do the same thing. So whether you think somebody's religious by what they're called, you're saying by what somebody's called or what their acts are. But you can religiously drink a cup of coffee, but to drink a cup of coffee doesn't mean that you're racist, right? I don't care what your religion is. I care what your religion brings. So we're going to talk about, say, social construct. See what I'm saying? Let's not wrestle against flesh and blood or against, hey, I'm anti-religion, I'm anti-spiritual, I'm anti-this, that. That's fine. Like, you don't have to believe what somebody else believes in order to be able to know what a word is, right? So if something is a social construct, what does that mean? Yes, I am one. We have our own school and everything. We started, right? So what is a social construct? If it's social, that means we're dealing with a society, correct? If it is social, then there must be a society attached, right? Somebody even said based around a society. You said, so that's why I think truly our species is just as nature's characterized, not race or human. Okay, well, that's fine. That's somebody characterizing, by the way, each culture. See, I'm coming from a cultural point of view. So, if there's another cultural point of view that you represent, that's fine too. I'm just trying to see if we can, in our cultural representation, what culture we decide to be under, I'm trying to see if we can at least come to some kind of agreement, right? So if it's social, there has to be some kind of society. And every society is no greater than the individual, and no individual is greater than the society. That's the way that works in a society. If we're talking about a social construct, there are a bunch of individuals that come together to create a society. That's the only reason you can say that you don't fit into a society, is because you're saying, you as an individual looking at other individuals in a society, saying that you don't fit into what that society says. You cannot even say that you don't fit in unless you look at the society that you're trying to say you don't fit into. You cannot even declassify yourself from a society unless you first will admit what the individuals in society are supposed to do. Right? Well, whether you're homosexual or not or whatever, and that's to each their own on that. I'm not even talking about that right now. But there are a lot of people that are homosexual that are closed-minded. So I wouldn't even say, just see what I'm saying. If we're not careful, we go, I'm a homosexual, that's what you're saying, right? So if you're not careful, you'll be like, I'm a homosexual. That means I'm open-minded. Like, somebody help me out. Has a building and everything off of him, was over the FBI, Hoover. Hoover was supposed to be Hoover was a homosexual, and he killed homosexuals, and he killed black people. He was part black, right? But he passed for white. So you can, it's not as fine tuned. We have to have something that we can say is a truth without an actual north on the compass. Like, what are we doing? Where are we going? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Jesse. I'm sorry. I misrepresented what you said. I apologize. Right. I didn't mean that. Okay. Well, I didn't mean it as derogatory anyways, but if I put something on you that you're not, I apologize. I'm sorry. Right. Okay. My fault. And by the way, even when I'm saying those things, yes, Sister Barbara, I'm sorry. He corrected me. I misread it. But also too, hear what I'm saying. I'm not coming down on anybody because of that either. Right. You see what I'm saying? Like, if I say, just hopefully we can get that. I don't know. Like, I'm trying my best, and I'm doing my best as people, and I'm doing my best. I think I do very well anyways, as far as being long suffering, patient, being willing to listen to other people, hear where you're coming from, etc. Um, and those things or whatever, right? So I get what you guys say. If you hear me say something, I don't know how to. I can't like say something and make sure that everybody feels comfortable with it. I guess I'm trying my best to, but there's some things where truth is just truth. But I'm trying my best. Hopefully, you guys who've been around for a while know this as well. I'm trying my best to make sure that everybody can at least feel comfortable and this is a safe space. Okay, right. But I'm just trying to give the whole thing of, like, just because somebody says, because you'll hear that I'm LGBTQ plus, but I've seen LGBTQ plus people who all of a sudden get in an argument with somebody who's black, all of a sudden call the cops on them, knowing what will happen to that person because they're black, right? I've seen people who are homosexual do, for example, there's a lot of closet homosexuals in the Senate right now that come out all the time, right? Whether they want to or not, but they were locking people up and they got voted in off of not having anything and saying they hate homosexuality, right? I'm not here to hate the homosexual. That's not my goal, right? So anyway, I think I've made that clear, but that's not my intent, and that's not even where we were headed. I just, somebody put that in the chat, so I was just saying, like, it's like when somebody says I'm open-minded because I'm black. Not all skin folk is kinfolk. It's like if somebody says I'm open-minded because I'm a woman. There's a lot of women that don't look at other women as being on the same level, right? But what I'm saying is every society is based off of individual, and every individual is based off of society. And even the society that you're in, the individual society, guess what? It was influenced by something else and someone else. But anyways, right? I'm not here to cause dispersion as far as that. If somebody feels I am, I know that's not what you're saying, but I just want to make that clear, because people will get on here and be like, oh, you said something about me or blah, blah, this and that or whatever. I understand we have low numbers today. Sometimes we have up to 500 to 1,000 people on here at a time. I'm trying my best to hit every single comment. Sometimes it's just, and sometimes I'm not always coming at one person particularly, if we can just say it like that. Okay. So, yeah. Oh, see, in my family, I have Black relatives and Mexican relatives and Chinese American. That's great. Right. In my family, I'm mixed with a whole bunch of things too. And we all go back to being one at some point. But I'm trying to get you to see the government that you're living in is not set up to be the same. And that's the main part. Right. So I don't even know where we got off on that. Like I'm say it like this. I promise you, you don't have to worry about your bona fides on here. You don't have to tell me your resume of your humanity. You will either be a human being or you will treat others as human being or you will not. Right. So far you've done well with that. And hopefully I've done well in your eyes. Right. But hear what I'm saying, right? That we're dealing with stuff to where we're dealing with consuls, and you're dealing with consuls that are there specifically to get in power. Now, the consul is supposed to go ahead and get more power for Rome, right? The Republican Party, the Democratic Party, the president, whomever you want to bring up, their goal, 100%, right? Their goal, 100%, is supposed to be what? Their goal is supposed to be to support and defend the Constitution of the United States, right? Okay, that's where we were. Race. Thank you. Right. So we'll put it together. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. So their goal is to make sure that they support and defend the Constitution of the United States, right? And in that, race has been something used as a social construct, right? Like we can deny that. We can say that doesn't matter. We can say that there's certain cities that doesn't matter, this and that or whatever. We can say that, oh, we don't care about race. You might not, right? But I don't think that you should be somebody that's colorblind. I don't think that you should be. I can be able to see color and still see past the color in order to make an informed decision about the person. How you doing, Mayhew? Right? How you doing, Minister Sonia? So we're having this issue, right? You're having this issue with what you're talking about, and we're not talking about the same culture. We're going to certain things, but a consul is supposed to support and defend the Constitution of Rome, or of Roman government, or the Roman governor, of the Roman consul, the praetor, the quaestor, the promagistrate, the aedile, the tribune, the censor, right? That's what we're dealing with. As somebody who's dealing with that, we're looking for people who are dealing with that. You said you don't believe in the Bible. As a matter of fact, you want to allow one in your home. Sure. Okay. Haven't hit the Bible yet, though. So am I saying what I'm saying making sense to you as far as this? Right. And by the way, it's okay for you to not believe in the Bible. It has nothing to do with my belief in it. It has nothing to do with whether it's right or not. That's just your belief. Right. So if we can get back to the main thing being the main thing, even in this today, right? I haven't brought up verses and stuff yet, even though you're going to hear them from me because it's part of what makes me who I am. And by the way, the Bible you discuss is probably not the Bible I believe in, because the Bible that you're probably talking about is something that's very Christianos, that's very Greco-Roman, right? That was informed by the Roman government. And it's something have to do with the split of Eastern Rome versus Western Rome. And I'm pretty sure you probably don't read it in Avda, which is the original language that was written in. So we can't even have an honest conversation about our Bible or my Bible or the Bible or whatever you want to call it, the Biblios, canon, etc. You can't even talk about the doctrine if we're not even going to read it in proper interpretation, which is ultimately where I was trying to get to. Because with social construct, we have to realize that social construct, anything constructed, if we're talking about it in this manner, especially lawfully and legally speaking, you cannot construct something unless it is constructed upon proper interpretation. Right? If you didn't know that, let's go ahead and deal with that. See, once again, we have to have a great foundation that we function in. Right? And that's okay. Please allow Jesse. Jesse doesn't have to have a Bible in his house or her house, or I'm not sure if it's, I didn't even catch the picture or whatever, so I'm not even sure. But their house, Jesse doesn't have to have a Bible in their house. That's fine. Right? But what I'm trying to say is the social construct is not comprehended correctly. Right? So we're having a conversation about this stuff without social construct. Okay, that's fine. You're a gay man. Cool. So social construct is something that we're having an issue with, because you can't talk about what's being constructed without proper interpretation, right? Like, what does proper interpretation even mean? So somebody says, I don't believe in this or whatever. Somebody says this is what the government is. Somebody says this is what my idea of morality or immorality or ethical or non-ethical, etc. But what is the interpretation? If you don't have proper interpretation, you cannot construct the proper argument, right? That's apologetics 101. If you've taken apologetics, right? That's apologetics 101. It'll sound like, if we're not careful, it'll turn into ad hominem and all this other stuff, straw man and all these other things, gaslighting. But it'll really start sounding like Dunning-Kruger effect if we're not careful, because we're not going in the right direction. What is the interpretation? When somebody says a social construct, a construct literally means that I have to first know the interpretation. The construct is always bigger than the interpretation, but if I'm not careful, the construct can become bigger as far as adding lies, or if I'm careful, the construct can become bigger as far as supporting the truth. But interpretation is key, right? Interpretation is key, right? Why do we argue, for example, and I'm going to tread lightly here, and we're not going to stay here long. I apologize if you want to stay here long. I'm not sure if anybody does. We're not going to stay here long. I just want to give you an example since we're talking about it, right? If I'm going to talk about the difference between jancha or gender and sex, why is it that I go away from what it always meant? It's because I want it to be something different now, right? You say you love God. Well, see, once again, we're having difference in interpretation because God is a Germanic deity. So God can become whatever you want because you're following more Charlemagne type principles, which is following more Roman principles, which is following more Greek principles than it actually is following the people who actually wrote the Bible. You know, so if you love God, that's fine. I don't love God because I don't worship God, because I worship Elohim. Elohim is something completely different. It's like saying I like Kemetic gods. Well, in Kemet, we don't have gods. I'm part Kemetic. So if you were to talk to a Kemetic person, they'd be like, we don't worship gods. We worship netures, right? If you were to talk to some of these Romans, by the way, they would say, we don't know about gods. We know about deity, right? They're different cultures that have different things. We just treat them all the same because a lot of the people who are in power have taken all of these things, the consuls, the praetors, the quaestors, the tribunes, the censors, the people who censor things. They've taken certain things and they've removed a lot of things and put together whatever they wanted. See what I'm saying? So we're going to have proper interpretation on these constructs that we have to be honest about where they come from. We don't know a lot of times. We don't know the difference between an interpretation and a construct. You said it's all up to the human being, the person worshiping your heart and your faith from your heart. Okay. So you're saying that you can make up whatever you want. I just don't believe that's a truth. If that's what you feel is your version of truth, and so be it. But I feel like the truth should always be what it is. And that's your culture. Like if that's the culture you want to be by, like by all means be by it. I'm just telling you, if you're going to be on here, it might get a little rough sometimes because we have a culture that doesn't support, if I feel like doing this, it's true. We have a culture that says, if it's that, then it's that, period. Right? Like we can say, I want to go to somebody and put somebody to be president, but you got to realize that you have a council. You got a Republican versus Democrat thing. It didn't start with America, it didn't start with England, even though English have councils and stuff like that. It didn't start with those things. It started with something that's might be a little more sinister than you might know of. I'm not here to try and change your mind, by the way. I'm here to give you some tools or some things that maybe you've never thought of because of the love that I have for you. I don't believe in Jesus, because Jesus is Jesus or Yesu. If you know what that means and you know where it even came from in your Bible, it's talking about half man, half Zeus, just like Pegasus, Dionysus, or Zeus himself, right? I don't believe that he's a demigod or a demi-deity or demi-deus. I believe him to be all the way Abba, At, all the way Yashva or Bar, right? I believe him to be Aleph Bet, which came before the alphabet. You said there were 100 messiahs. 100 messiahs to who? See, once again, you can be tricky with the language. There's not 100 messiahs in ours. You're talking about that they use the word Mashiach. Yeah, but Hamashiach is different than Mashiach. Or the Messiah is different than Messiah in our culture. You're talking about somebody else's culture. Right? You're talking about somebody else's culture. That's not ours. You see what I'm saying? So we're saying, because I like this, I'm going to turn what you believe in into what I want it to be. Right? That's the dialogue that we're having. I want it to be this. I feel like it should be this. So I'm going to turn it into whatever I want. We had a problem because now we're not dealing in truth. We're dealing with your feelings. And although I'm the first person that will tell you I can't stand that thing that people use because they use it wrong all the time, facts over feelings, because however you feel is factual. I don't care if what you feel is based off of fact. If somebody's mad at that moment, don't play around with them. They mad, right? Like they're facts or feelings, right? But at the same time, what if your feelings are not based off of what's factual? No, that's fine, because by trying to derail the conversation, they're making the point for us, right? By trying to do that, they're making the point for us. And I'm not even trying to say they're trying to derail it. This person has a genuine, belief, and is saying it doesn't matter what I am, what I believe, who I am, this, that, whatever, right? And Jesse, if you're still on, I'm not here to say that you don't have a right to believe. I'm telling you, you're stepping into somebody else's culture and saying that what you believe has to be what I believe. No, that's somebody else's culture, right? Somebody else's culture states you can do whatever you want to do, right? But that's not what we believe in. And that's fine if you say that. But for me, I don't agree. I will not ever agree that that is what truth is. Point blank. You said, how do we approach God is God, to God be the glory? Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't comprehend exactly what you were saying, but yeah, to Elohim be all the glory, right? So I'm not here to fight against this, against you. I'm telling you that I'm sticking up for my culture. And people don't like it when you stick up for your culture. See, because other cultures, what happens with people who are victors, they create victims, and they say that if you don't bow down to what we say, then you got a victim mentality. In my culture, we try to appreciate and lift up everybody and say that there's something that allows all to be free. And so somebody hears me saying that I'm caping up for mine, and they say, oh, you're doing the same thing we did. No. Like, I'm not doing the same thing you did. In my culture, I don't believe that I need you to be my slave. In my culture, I don't believe in Nicolaitan doctrine. It's actually warned about in the book of Revelation, right? Twice. We say this all the time. Nicolaitan. You're told about it with the first assembly. Is it the assembly of Ephesus? And you're told about it with the third assembly, the assembly of Pergamos, right? Or Pergamos, depending on what version of the Bible you have, it'll say something different. But you're warned about it twice. What is Nicolaitan doctrine? It's Nikos laity. Nikos are people that conquer. Laity are people that are underneath and deserve to be conquered. And so a lot of people have a warped perception where they think that their doctrine, by the way, does not mean it has to be religious. Doctrine just means anything that a group of people lift up. So a lot of people have a doctrine that says we're going to lift up this thing that says we should be able to do whatever we want. And if you tell us we can't do it, then we'll say that you're a terrorist, while they'll bring terror on you for believing in what you want. That's Nicolaitan doctrine. And I'm aware of it, and I will not partake in it. Right? I won't teach my people that they should be part of it. I won't teach my children they should be part of it. And I won't say that we should adhere to it. Right? If you choose to be part of Nicolaitan doctrine, then you choose to be somebody who wants to be my oppressor by definition. If you choose to try and conquer me, right, and not allow me to be free, then guess what? Now you have become in opposition to not only just my belief system, you become an opposition to my king. And now we got a problem. I'm still going to show love to you because I show love to my enemies, but we got a problem where I have to talk about it because we're having a different conversation. See what I'm saying? We're having people who are trying to have different kinds of conversations with this. You said, do I have recommendation on books to read, to learn more on what we speak on things? I mean, there's tons. First of all, once again, I always talk about culture. If you're talking about Nicolay, like, first of all, read your Bible with a concordance. Still, you're going to have to catch the culture because some of these things might be new things that you're hearing, but a basic concordance, Strong's concordance, and get blueletterbible.org. You can get the Blue Letter Bible app, or look blueletterbible.org. And when you see a word, I think you need to go further, because some words that are in New Testament, they start trying to lie and say all of that's in Greek, but it's not. So, but you can still get better context for what you're referring to, but look at some of those things. Like something that simple will change the way you look at things. Learning Hebrew characters, we teach classes on that. Hebrew characters, something like that, change your perspective. You said, what about logos? Logos, as far as what logos just literally means. I mean, it depends on what you're doing. Logos or logia or stuff like that, you're talking about the mindset of something. That's like talking about a manual, or a manual is the mind of the creator. So the logos is talking about the mindset of the culture that is being spoken. So psychology is the psyche or the soul of a culture that you have the ology or the study of or the logic of, you know. So some people are trying to talk about logos as far as like using it as a way of dealing with the most high in general and things like that. But we're having a different conversation. You said you understand that the name, it may be pronounced in a different faith, but what about resurrection? Well, I don't know. Names are names. If people change your name, they try to change your authority. They try to change it to something else. Like Daniel's name was Belteshazzar, but Belteshazzar don't mean Daniel, right? Dana'al means something different than Belteshazzar, right? You know Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, but Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego are actually Ananiah, Hazariah, or Ananiah, Azariah, Hananiah, right? Like, for example, Shadrach, Ananiah. Shadrach does not even come close to the pronunciation, right? And Ananiah means talking about Yahweh, specific. You see what I'm saying? A specificity. And we're lacking that because we just go, oh, yeah, they just changed the name. No, when they change the name, they change an authority. This is why Yahshua himself, who people call Jesus, he said specifically that you shouldn't change one jot or tittle. You shouldn't change the most minuscule of measurements, nor the way that this word is written. Because as soon as you do that, what did you do? You change the interpretation, getting us back to now you change the construct. Because construct or the construction that you're going to live by, right? With the environment you're going to construct, the people you're going to construct, the society you're going to construct, the buildings you're going to construct, the worship you're going to construct, it comes from interpretation. And if you're going to do something that's not based off of interpretation, then your social construct is a lie. That's why race has become a lie, because the word race in its interpretation is talking about competition. But when race became based upon color, right, and class, and man versus male versus female and stuff like that, now we have a problem because you've constructed something that's not based off the interpretation. Is a male better than a female? Of course not, right? But when you construct something different than the interpretation, now we've got a problem. Should a consul be greater than a poor person? No, because the first will be last, the last will be first, the greatest will be the least will be the greatest. But if you take away the interpretation, then you construct stuff that has nothing to do with what you're talking about. Thank you for the love. Appreciate it. Right? You know, you have to be, Dr. Henry Clark talks about it quite a bit, right? You have to be honest about those things, right? I don't listen to Reggie White, but so much, but I can definitely confirm I know about Dr. Henry Clark. But this is a problem. We have bad interpretation. And we have people that are not arguing interpretation anymore. They're arguing for the construct, right? So getting back to what I was even trying to say about gender, which I know is a sensitive topic, but I just want to give you an example. I'm not going to stay here like I promised, but just as far as gender does not mean what you think it is. You think gender means what somebody wants to do sexually. And that's not what gender has to do with. That's not what gender has to do with. You said your nephew said in the natural construction of things, women are better. I mean, hey, that can be his thing, but I think that we should just recognize men and women, we serve different roles. And so women are different in certain things and better. Therefore, men are different in things and better in certain things as well. And you bring us together, we become great. That's the Ankh, right? That's the Ankh principle. You have the phallus, you have the womb, you have either ovaries or up top, or you're looking at arms or whatever the case is, depending on the culture you come from. But that's what the Ankh is. Before it became a religious what we would call a religious thing, and part of somebody's religiosity. That's what it meant. How you doing, angry girl? Thanks for being on. Right. So we as male and female should come together. Right. But you're talking about gender. Right. So we use this as an example all the time in ancient Greece. If you're talking about, Plato had platonic relationships, and you still have platonic relationships today. But what are we dealing with as far as platonic relationships? I don't know, Joe Miles. I'm sorry. What did you want me to talk about the resurrection? I answered one part or I talked about one part, but you said the resurrection. What exactly are you saying about the resurrection? I'm sorry. But Plato talking about platonic relationships. Platonic relationships, Plato said the worst relationship is between a husband and wife. Therefore, he said the best relationship is between a man in his 40s and a young preteen boy. And that was regular for Greeks, because it was part of their gender, which is the style. Did everybody adhere to that gender style? No, but there were a lot of people who did. And so a woman, therefore, is what? She's devalued in that. And therefore she's supposed to be what? She's supposed to be nothing more than somebody that just catches babies for somebody who's bisexual and is on a DL and only uses women for mating purposes or mating rituals and nothing more. right? So the culture that you bring is important. These are the people who are your governors, by the way. These are the people who are your consuls, your praetors, your quaestors, your promagistrates, your aedile, your tribunes, your censors. And these people have a right to censor, right? These people have a right to censor. When they say they have a right to censor, do you want somebody who says that your wife doesn't matter, that she's only there to have babies? Do you want them to be your censor? See how we have to be careful with these things? These are particular things, right? These are particular things. Yeah, we have balance between the masculine and the feminine, right? So these are particular things. Why would we want somebody who's platonic, who wants men to have sex with little boys, to be somebody who's telling us about the best relationship? Why do we still say we have platonic relationships today? Why are people still looking at who's I always have a trouble with his name. You know, the guy who gave you words like anal retentive and stuff like that. What's his name? Uh uh you still have to learn him in school today. If you're going to be a teacher, a school teacher has to learn this. Of course, like gender, we will have gender issues and stuff. What is his name? Freud. Thank you. Sigmund Freud. Right? You still, if you're going to teach babies, you got to teach it what Sigmund Freud taught. And Sigmund Freud was a child predator who himself literally was a failure in everything until people started to believe what he had to say about relationships. And he said the reason why there's something called anal when somebody's being anal, he said that comes from when the child is born. The child is born and they want to have sex. They want their father to, this is what he taught. He said the child wants the father to have sex with them, but the father won't. So the child then gets frustrated. He starts staying around their mother, and the mother won't have sex with them either. So that's when they start, having the terrible twos and cry and act out and all this stuff like that. He said that's when that happened to him. He said, so then because of that, that's when they become anal about things or whatever. Because of that, that's where that word anal comes from, is because of a man who's telling you about a gender or a style that's not your style. So of course, if teachers have to be taught his philosophy, then why would that not become the thing where now in your schools you deal with teachers messing with babies? Freudian, platonic. Why would it surprise you that in the churches that's what you're dealing with? Freudian, platonic. Why would it surprise you? Right? Why would it surprise you that basically you have people who are sitting up there where now, you have mothers that are starting to meet their sons that they gave up for adoption, and you're starting to hear more stories about that they came back and they started having relations together. You said it sounds like his personal mindset issue. Sure. His personal mindset, of course. Right. But his personal mindset is based off of a society, because no individual is greater than society, and no society is greater than the individual. But he plugged that same societal value. He made it make sense to the same people who are still up top. Those same people, they have to push his agenda. Those same people, they have to be the ones to make sure that they put it in your school system. So now your children are dealing with the remainder or the remnant of a foolish doctrine. And your teachers still to this day have to learn it, or they can't teach. And if their teachers are the one that teach, and they're the ones who teach who. Now let's get into it. They teach your governors. How you doing, Sister Deborah? They teach your governors. They groom with doctrine. There you go. They teach your governors. They teach your professors. They teach. You see what I'm saying? They teach your teachers. They teach your artists. It's coming from a culture, right? You're coming from a culture. All these things are coming from culture. That's how you have in Canada, not just the guy who was sitting up there wearing the prosthetics to be a troll or whatever, right? And they won't do anything about it. But don't forget, in Canada, years ago now, they started putting out law. And by the way, in the United States, they've had some of these cases too, to where people have judges have said, hey, you know what? Like, we can't keep saying that it's wrong for somebody to have a sexual urge towards a child. I'm not making that up. Like, you can do some research, go to Google Scholar, look up some case study. Like, this is real stuff. And this is because the system you're in, these are the people who've been taught this for generations, right? Like, we're generations removed from Carl Linnaeus, but we still talking about race, right? We're generations removed from Sigmund Freud, but we're still talking about being anal retentive. Yeah, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, which are beginning things, right? And evil and wicked places and high places and things like that, right? Like that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with something that's generational. Generational curses continue to be applied. And at some point, you got to go back into the generational blessings, verses 1 through 14, so you can come out of verses 15 through 68. Right? Alistair Crowley, yeah, great example, right? Do as thou wilt. I would suggest reading as much, well, if you can handle it. If you read Alistair Crowley's books, it'd be kind of wild, right? So if you can handle it, right, might make you really upset. But I would suggest reading the book of his and seeing if the stuff that Alistair Crowley is lifting up isn't stuff that's lifted up. You see, they are running for office now. Children, that doesn't matter to them. We have to protect our children. Yeah. Matter of fact, why do you think that it's more important that your child goes to a school than is taught at home? There's something that was implied generation. It wasn't that long ago, relatively speaking. It wasn't that long ago that you wouldn't dare trust your child in somebody else's school. You wouldn't dare trust your child in somebody else's school. It wasn't that long ago. You said John Hopkins given the hospice hired a psychologist that says people should love who they. Yeah, wasn't that at that's at the John Hopkins at the John Hopkins, right? That's at the John Hopkins in Baltimore, right? I believe. You said the best way to protect your children is remove them from the Babylonian beast, that beast type system. Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to say is you're dealing with something romantic. We've romanticized this stuff so much. When you romanticize something, you're basically saying, when in Rome, do the same antics. You're not saying study what the Romans do. You're just saying, while you're there, do what they do. You said, does it all come down to the individual now in order to rebuild society? It comes down to individuals becoming a society, getting back to what should have been the societal norm from the beginning. That's what we should focus on. My focus is not to change every individual or to change this society. My goal is to say, can we have a society where we might have to be in their society, but we don't have to be of it? And it's not my goal, really. It's the goal of the mindset of the creator. That's the manual, literally. Manual means the mind of the creator. If we read the manual, his whole manual keeps talking about get out of there. Right? Out of there. It's dangerous in there. Your babies are being messed up. They're going to kill you. They're going to enslave you. They're going to put you on ships. They got you thinking like your oppressor. They got you thinking that race is real. They don't have you forgiving. They don't have you judging anymore, judging by the right standard. They don't even want you to know the law. Like, run. Yeah, exactly. Run. That's what it says. That's, if you want to get one of the best versions of the Bible, here's one of the best versions of the Bible you can get. Run. Right? Like, all of a sudden, what version should I read? Read that one first. Run. Get out of there. Right? Get out of there. We don't know what's going on. Get out of there. It's like Jaws. Get out of the pool. Get out of the water. That's really the best version you can get is something ain't right. Get out of there. And now on your way out, right? Now that you've gotten out of there, listen to something that's not inside of that system. That's really, if I could give you the best version, people say, which best version? I should go, we should put that on Patreon. Just go on Patreon, run. That's it. Every day, run, get out of there. Maybe we need to do like a 1-minute series every day and figure out something to tell y'all to run from for a month or something. But that's it. Like, literally, that's all you just run, get out of there. You said MLK was pushing children to go to school. Well, before there was an MLK, there was Thomas Jefferson and others, right? So it's not just necessarily MLK, but MLK is somebody who, towards the end, by the way, we've already talked about this. You got to read MLK stuff if you're going to be real. Let's be real about what MLK said. Let's be real about what MLK said. Let's just not read the stuff that says we want him to be bad or positive or negative. Right. Matter of fact, I still got some of that stuff saved up here. Right. And we're going to talk about MLK. Let's not just talk about the stuff that he said that we got to come together, which he did and which he believed. And I don't have no problem with that. But let's look at the other stuff. MLK said a nation that continues year after year to spend more money on military defense than on programs of social uplift is approaching spiritual death. That's what MLK said. Let's look at something else. He said the evils of capitalism are as real as the evils of militarism and racism. The problem of racial injustice and economic injustice cannot be so without a radical distribution without a radical distribution of political and economic power. Let's read something else that he said. He said the price that America must pay for the continued oppression of the Negro and other minority groups is the price of its own destruction. What else did he say? He said, white Americans must recognize that justice for black people cannot be achieved without radical changes in the structure for our society. What else did he say? See, we got to be careful. We're trying to just make it to fit our narrative. What else did he say? Whites, it must frankly be said, are not putting in a similar mass effort to to re-educate themselves out of their racial ignorance. It is an aspect of their sense of superiority that white people of America believe they have so little to learn. The reality of substantial investment to assist Negroes into the 12th century, no, sorry, 12th, I'm sorry, y'all, into the 20th century, adjusting to Negro neighbors and genuine school integration is still a nightmare for all too many white Americans. These are the deepest cause for our contemporary abrasions between the races. Loose and easy language about equality, resonant resolutions about brotherhood fall pleasantly on the ear, but for the Negro, there is a credibility gap he cannot overlook. He remembers that with each modest advance, the white population promptly raises the argument that the Negro has come far enough. Each step forward accents an ever-present tendency to backlash. Right? What else did he say? He said, we know through painful experience that freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. That's Martin Luther King. We act like he didn't say this. What else did he say? Last one we'll use. It says, again, we have decided ourselves into, I'm sorry, we have deluded. I'm sorry, I'm reading through all this other stuff that's on my screen. I don't know if y'all can see it. But anyways, again, we have deluded ourselves into believing the myth that capitalism grew and prospered out of the Protestant ethic of hard work and sacrifices. Capitalism was built on the exploitation of black slaves and continues to thrive on the exploitation of the poor, both black and white, both here and abroad. So once again, we got to be careful. Like, we're doing this thing where we're not looking at the system. We're trying to say, see, MLK, if he hadn't been a traitor, this and that or whatever, but it's bigger than that. And he didn't believe that. He didn't preach that. Why do people believe that he preached that? You got to ask yourself. See, the consuls, the praetors, the quaestors, the promagistrates, the tribune, the censors, the governors, they taught you. They made it a point that you were supposed to be taught in school that MLK was nothing more than somebody who said, hey, white man, help us out. White man messed around and shot him. After that, everybody got over it, and you should get over it too. That's not what he said. That's not what he said. Sure, did he say he believed that white children and black children should hold hands together? I believe that they should be able to do as well. Right, but I'm not going to tell white children who call black people the N-word, or black children who call white children crackers or whatever. I'm sorry, I should say the C word. If I won't say one word, I shouldn't say the other. Forgive me. Right. So if black children who are called the N-word and white children who are called the C word just because of the color of their skin and not actually because of anything having to do with who they are, then I'm not going to tell them to hold hands, because they're not in a position to hold hands and lift one another up. See, the problem is that we're so busy telling everybody to lift hands and hold each other up and get over this and get over that and all these things or whatever. But we won't realize that the reality is we're asking people to do something without first coming into agreement on who they are. This is what you asked for, right? This is what we've been asking for. You want your child to go to school, and you want your child to learn that, hey, everybody at this school should be your friend, and everybody should be at least be friendly, and everybody should be able to sing Kumbaya. I'm here to tell you that if that child is sent from school with a hateful mindset, then they're going to hate you. But what do you learn in school? You don't learn to even talk about the hatred of what they're coming from, and maybe be able to get past this stuff that's going on at home. What do? You come, how you doing, Minister Shante? You come into the situation and you do what? You come into the situation and you're supposed to pretend that there's nothing wrong at your school. You're taught to go to your job and pretend that nobody has any bad feelings, right? I remember being in school. O.J. Simpson declared innocent. I was in the hallway. There was a teacher way down the hallway that was white. I was a student. I was skipping class for real. But I had made up my little hall pass, right? So at least I looked legit. But I was walking through the school, and as soon as they announced it over the loudspeaker in the middle of school, while they're telling you that we all love each other and stuff, they announced it. O.J. Simpson has been found innocent. And I was like, yes. I jumped up and landed, did the fist pump, and I looked down, and the teacher was way down. Teacher, and we stared at each other. For the rest of my school experience in junior high, whenever I saw that teacher and that teacher saw me, we were beefing. I'm not saying that's righteous. I'm telling you that's what is set up in the school. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the school system. You're supposed to go there and pretend for the rest of my days. I'm supposed to pretend that he like me and I like him, especially if he's a teacher and he's over my class. I'm supposed to pretend that we're cool, and he's supposed to pretend that he's cool. But that's the person who grades my papers now. You see what I'm saying? Like, but we don't want to talk about this. Is that there's a system that's there. He didn't go to school that day thinking that he was not going to like me, and I didn't go to school that day thinking that I was going to not like him. But there's a system that was at play. At the end of the day, if OJ did it, he guilty. He needed to go ahead and serve jail time. And if he didn't serve enough for y'all, he served about just as much overall as a lot of people, a lot of police officers who shoot people all the time, whether they be black, white, Spanish, etc. Right? But nobody thinks about that. You just go, OJ didn't do this. Well, what makes us say what OJ did is so notorious? The only reason why they care about what happened to OJ is because OJ was, well, at first OJ was OJ, but then this guy that they allowed to be white, how dare he killed a white woman? That's the only reason why people cared about OJ. Black people cared about OJ for a different reason. You know why black people cared about OJ? Black people wanted OJ, just let's keep it 100, right? Let's keep it 100. Let's keep it 100. You ready? Black people wanted OJ to get off, not because they thought he was innocent. They were tired of black people dying at the hands of white people and people of other races. And OJ looked like he was going to be able to get off. He had one of the best lawyers who happened to be black at the time. He even had the Kardashians and other people as well, right, in his pocket. And so we were like, man, he might get off. And remember, right before OJ, can we all get along? Right before, in the same area, in the same state. Can we all just get along? Right before OJ, black man shot in the head. Was it by a Korean, I believe, Korean woman or Korean man? Can't remember. But shot in the head, basically point blank range. And nobody said anything except like, hey, he was in the store. He was black. Maybe he was going to rob him. Right? Police officers have been beating people all the stuff all the time. They had codes like 187. They had other codes like that to be able to use specifically. Going all the way up to San Diego was a big place where it was a problem, where a white police officer, he actually left and had to go and find a place to live out in the woods somewhere because other police officers were going looking for him because he told us the codes, that when we heard the codes over there, this code meant you're going to shoot this black person, you're going to shoot this gay person, you're going to shoot this lesbian, you're going to shoot. Like, they had codes for that. Right? So black people, when it came to OJ, it wasn't as simple as he's black, we want him to get off. It was, at this point, we just want to see if one of us can get the same treatment they get. OJ, right? I lean towards him being guilty, whether you believe he pulled or not pulled the trigger, but he wielded the knife, or whether you believe that somebody else did. OJ, he ended up being in the mob a little bit too. So OJ obviously has some connections that weren't there, but nobody cared about it, right? Nicole Brown Simpson's own family didn't care about it, that she was getting beat because OJ was still paying their bills. Nobody even cared about it. Right? But all of a sudden now we care. Why? Because he killed. See, and that should show you even how people cared about their own women. That you had a white woman who was being beaten by a black man, but hey, OJ is OJ, so he can do what white men do. What does that mean? White men can. I'm not saying all white men do. I'm telling you, this is the mindset. See what I'm saying? The people who are governing you. The mindset is, oh, well, I mean, we put our hands on our women from time to time. We got to touch them up. Isn't that what Sean Connery said? James Bond, y'all hero, the person that black people be careful because you want black people to represent the same person. Don't have them represent James Bond, right? James Bond, played by Sean Connery, the longest, and everybody loves Sean Connery. It's him and this and that with all these movies called stuff like Octopussy and stuff like that. Come on. How you doing, babe? My wife is on the Honorable Maya. Thanks for being on. Once again, check her out on TikTok, YouTube, website, and Pinterest at Bloom and Flourish. But what does Sean Connery say? The James Bond, everybody trying to fight so hard because we want our people to be represented by James Bond, and we want our people to represent him. I don't want our people to represent James Bond. Sean Connery said, hey, every once in a while, when a woman gets out of pocket, he said, you just give her a little slap. That's the system that O.J. Simpson was accepted in. So he could slap Nicole Brown Simpson every once in a while. He could beat up her boyfriends and stuff. He could have people scared to be around her. He could have their family terrified. But all of a sudden, when he killed her, now all of a sudden, hey, black men don't get to kill white women. That's what that whole trial was about. But we don't want to be honest about it. Why? Because your consuls and your praetors and your quaestors and your promagistrates, etc. Okay. So, I mean, at this point, I know we went a little left field, but I think we've effectively been able to show like that's foundationally what we're talking about. We're not trying to bring up all this other stuff that people want to bring up, right? But let's continue. So we talked about this. A consul is two elected magistrates who jointly rule the republic. This is supposed to be so that nobody can be king. One magistrate can veto the other magistrate. Right. And the problem with this is they got voted in every year. Now you vote them every 4 years. Right. But they got voted in every year. So every year, this is what they had to do. It caused more problems than great stuff. Right. It was less greatness and more evil. You said all religion is for division. I think you mean division, right? With the I. I don't know, because I don't know. Division is like devaluing or devaluing vision. So I guess you could say either one, right? But if you look at religion, once again, religion just means what people repetitively do, as a legion of people, right? And legions come from Rome too. So even your thought process of religion is romantic, right? Like even your idea of religion is romantic, because you can't talk about a legion without talking about Rome. You see what I'm saying? Like we're having a discussion that's not our discussion. I'm not Roman. I'm not Roman in my values. I'm not Roman in the way I raise my family. I'm not Roman in the way that I present things. I present Roman details for you to comprehend the system you're in, and I allow you to be able to come out, do those things. Matter of fact, I don't allow anything. You have to come out on your own, right? But I'm not into religion because I don't have a legion that I'm over, right? I'm not a consul. I'm not a proconsul. I'm not a tribune. You see what I'm saying? So when you address me, you can't address me with religion or religion, because whose legions am I over? I fight against legions, right? Because the same spirit that's in me that rose Christ is the one that rose Christ from the dead. And Christ was able to speak to the legion in the man and tell the legion to leave the man. So I'm not over a legion. If you talk about religion, you got to talk to the people that are into being over legions of people who devalue and create victims and make parades to celebrate the victimhood that they've created and say that they're victorious and make themselves victors. I'm not a victor, right? I'm not a conqueror. I'm more than a conqueror, right? You got to come up to the level that I'm living on, right? And so religion is something that I'm trying to tell people to come out of, because religion means that you got to religion means that you low. Conquering things means that you low on the totem pole. You have the ability to be more than a conqueror. Come on up, right? The victor says that you must become oppressed in order for him to be victorious, right? The person who's more than a conqueror says the conquerors have no place at the table. And if they come to the table, they have to lay down their weapons and watch me have what? And watch me, my head be anointed with oil, and watch my cup run over. And watch that things that you consider to be good and merciful follow me. People get mad all the time on here. When you going to go to your job? Where you going to do this? I don't got to go to a job. You know why? Because I'm more than a conqueror. When are you going to start paying this and paying that? I don't have to pay those things because I'm more than a conqueror. Conquerors have to pay tax. When you going to start making sure that you tell everybody what they have to do? I can't tell anybody what they have to do. I'm telling you what you should do. But at the end of the day, I can't conquer you. If you choose to be in an environment that's greater than where you are now, let's go ahead and do it. The mindset, you hear what I'm saying? Like the mindset is messed up because you're getting it from these people. So the consul has to rush, right? Because the consul only has a year, just like your president has to rush because he only got 4. Well, Justin, we talk about it quite often, so those things will come up. If you just give us a second, it'll probably come up anyways, right? But these are things that are there, right? Like, so the consul has to rush. He's been voted into a position. He got to rush. And he got to make sure in a year that he does some conquering. All right. And he has to make sure he does this because he needs to get as much money from this. He needs to get as much prestige. He needs to get as much following. And maybe if he does well enough, he'll become what's called a proconsul, which means that they'll extend his being consul past a year. Just like your president. Your president gets in and they got to rush to do certain things. They can't take care of everything because they only got 4 years. See, they're into the temporary, not the eternal. So your presidents, your mayors, your governors, your etc., they get voted in. Your pastors, it's a circus, right? Your pastors, right? How you doing, money? Your pastors, and how you do. Thanks for being part of the community. Is it? I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm sorry. Riduansek, I don't know how to pronounce it. I apologize. Ridouanseghyar. I apologize. Thanks for being on though. Right? Your pastors are voted in nowadays. Are they not? They're consuls. Right? Your pastor gets in and they can't preach what they're led to. They have to make sure that you and the deacons and the trustees are happy. See, I praise God that he had us go a different route, because I was trying my best to become pastor of a big congregation, got second place, almost would have done that. But see, once you get in there, you got to make sure your job is not to make sure that you train the people. Your job is to make sure that you make dollars. If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. Voted on by the congregation, sure, but who's supposed to say if somebody's worthy to be a pastor? The congregation or the Most High? And then we got to be careful with that. Let's go to the charge, right? This is the same charge that all of us who at SOC who are on the ministerial staff, we have to have the same charge. All right, let's go to the charge. Charge in 2 Timothy chapter 4. Matter of fact, we'll start at 2 Timothy chapter 3. And then chapter 4 is the charge. But see, you got to be careful, because these are the people that you're allowed to vote folk in. All right, I'm just going to read chapter 3. I'm not even going to stop. I really want to, but that's not where the Holy Spirit said we got to keep moving. So I'm gonna listen to what she had to say, right? But let's just read the charge. We're gonna start in chapter 3, and then we'll break down chapter 4. Chapter 4 is where the charge starts. Okay, you ready? 2 Timothy chapter 3. This know also, that in the last days perilous times shall come. For men shall be lovers of their own selves. Now, peep game. This is who is voting in pastors. If the congregation votes them in, we just don't like to admit this, right? For men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, truce breakers, false accusers, incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are constitutional or good, traitors, heady, high-minded, lovers of pleasures more than lovers of Elohim, having a form of Elohim, but denying the power thereof. From such turn away. Not from such vote. Let them vote. From such turn away. For of this sort are they which creep into houses, that's families, and lead captive silly women laden with sins, led away with diverse lusts, ever learning. These people are what? Ever learning, and never able to come into the knowledge of the truth. Now as Jannes and Jambres withstood Moses, so do these also resist the truth. Men of corrupt minds, reprobate concerning the faith. But they shall proceed no further. They shall what? I know I said I wasn't going to repeat or go over. I'm just going to repeat it real quick. For they shall repeat, I'm sorry, but they shall proceed no further. For their folly shall be manifest unto all men, as theirs also was. But thou hast fully known my doctrine. All right, somebody different. Thou hast fully known my doctrine, manner of life, purpose, faith, long suffering, charity, or agape love, or achaba, charity, patience, persecutions, afflictions, which came unto me at Antioch, at Iconium, at Lystra. With persecutions I endured, but out of them the Lord delivered me. Right. So, if you're going to be a pastor, you should be somebody that people don't like, and sometimes the congregation not going to be with. I promise I was going to go into it though, so let's keep on going. Yea, and all that will live like Elohim in Yahshua Mashiach shall suffer persecution. But evil men and seducers shall wax worse and worse, deceiving and being deceived. But continue thou in the things which thou hast learned and hast been assured of, knowing of whom thou hast learned them, and that from a child, right, not as adults, but we should have been learning this from children, but as from a child hast thou known the holy scriptures, which are able to make thee wise unto, still on your way unto salvation, through faith which is in Yahshua HaMashiach. All scripture is given by inspiration of Elohim, and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, proving itself over and again, for correction, let's correct some things, for instruction in righteousness, right, lawful standing, that the man of Elohim may be perfect, matured, right, none, thoroughly furnished unto all um, constitutional works, not jobs, but works. Now we get to verse 1. This is the charge. The charge says, I charge thee therefore. I charge thee therefore what? Because of everything we just read in chapter 3. Therefore, wherever it says therefore, you got to think wherefore. So I charge thee therefore before Elohim and Yahshua HaMashiach Adon, who shall judge the quick, the alive, and the dead at his appearing in his kingdom. In his kingdom. Preach the word. Be instant in season, right? And out of season. By the way, we looked up that word, season, right? Y'all remember we even talked about it a little bit in the at the convocation, right? When we talked about the word season. Let's look at that again though, right? Even in the Greek, we see that this word season is something different, right? Or I'm sorry, be instant rather, not season, excuse me. Because actually season means unseasonable. So it means when it's right or when it's not. But the word instant, I'm sorry, that's what we're looking for. I did that. I think I did that at the convocation too. Right? Be instant. I'm sorry. Let's go to the word instant. The word instant actually means something different because you think it means like microwave or just like that. No, no, no. Instant means to place at, place upon, place over, to stand over one, place oneself above. It can even be an angel of the advent of angels. It can even be a dream. It can even be, if you're not careful, evil that comes upon you. But it means something comes over you. So when somebody says be instant in season, when this word says be instant, it means that you got to be over. You got to be, it's the word that makes you that unseasonable. It's the word of Yah that makes you unseasonable. In other words, it's the word that you preach, that you proclaim. There should be proper interpretation. But we out here talking about we should vote in pastors, we should vote in kings, we should vote in this, we should vote. You don't have no vote because you're not the king. And whatever the king says instantly makes you over whatever somebody's talking about. And that's the problem that people have is it's people like myself. And there's a lot of us now who are coming into the knowledge of who we truly are. And we're saying, hey, I'm going to be instant in his word because it's his word that makes what I say more powerful than what somebody else does. It's his word that makes it to where I can make less than somebody and I can still live better. It's his word that says that, hey, everybody else got to bow down to this thing, but I don't have to bow down to a wicked government. It's his word that says that I'm going to try to look for something greater than myself. It's something that's instant. We think instantaneous means make it happen now. Instantaneous means that whatever I'm living by puts me over negativity. It puts me over a wicked, corrupt system. That's what it says. That's part of the charge. So you can't be instant or be over somebody else and you're not using the proper interpretation. Right? You can't be over somebody else and never use proper interpretation. That's why we're talking about construction earlier. And in order to talk about proper construction lawfully, legally, you can't talk about construction or a social construct until you first talk about interpretation. If we misinterpret, then you will have bad construction because you have a bad foundation. And that's why all these world powers, they've all gone down. Daniel chapter 2 told you that even this one will go down. They've all gone down. Nobody said that you could be better than Yahshua or the Son of the Most High, or who you call Jesus. Nobody ever said that at all, right? So we can't be greater than him, right? But guess what? Yahshua himself, or who you call Jesus, he said, greater things will you do. Why? Because you think of him as just being somebody who's a conqueror. But he said he's the dalit, he is the door. He's the door to you to do greater things, even than he. You'll never be greater than he is, but you can do greater things on the earth than he did on the earth. See, Yahshua Mashiach, he shifted the paradigm, but it says that 12 came after him who turned the whole world upside down. The sign that I'm a great teacher or a great master should mean that eventually at some point you'll see somebody doing things that are greater than what I did. That's a sign of being a great teacher. The sign of being a great parent is that you should see some things in my children that are greater than what I did. See, my child has already done things that I never did at his age. He's been around the world. I kind of sort of been around the world. He's been in more places than I have already. See, the greatness of the Father is that the Son is going to be greater than the Father. But when the Son is greater than the Father, since he's connected to the Father, it gives glory to the Father that sent him. See the culture, right? But you're dealing with something different. So once again, the charge is what? Charge because of all those things we read, right? That before Elohim and Yahshua HaMashiach, right, who shall judge the quick and the dead appearing in his kingdom, preach the word. That means proclaim this proper interpretation, right? Preach that word, proclaim that word, and be instant in season. That means speak what he says so that you can be over whatever comes up in the season. The word season even breaks down into something that really means unseasonable. That means I don't fit in the season. When there's everybody else's winter, why am I living like it's summer? When there's everybody else's summer, why am I preparing like it's winter? Right? I'm different. I'm a royal priesthood. I'm a holy nation. I'm a chosen generation. I'm also a peculiar people. I'm peculiar. I don't fit in. When everybody else is trying to figure out tax season, I'm sowing into the kingdom. When everybody else is talking about Hallows Eve and Halloween, right? I'm doing something greater than that, right? When everybody's over here talking about they can't stand Russia and stuff, I'm finding ways to pray for my leadership and even pray for my enemies. I don't fit in. I'm unseasonable. That's what that word, you think, see, once again, because we're using somebody else's interpretation, you're using bad language, you're using bad interpretation, your construction is different. Right? So you're constructing something that's not even biblical. Like to be instant in season, it doesn't mean when everybody else is in winter. It means you're unseasonable. You don't fit in. Right? Potatoes are unseasonable. We grow potatoes where I'm at right now, and the potatoes are going to last through the winter. I don't have to touch them ever again because they started making their own potatoes. So because we have the potato, which is the root in place, I don't ever have to worry about any of this stuff again because I can't get rid of them forever. I will have a food source right there. Got a mulberry tree up front, black mulberry up front. I'm sorry, white mulberry up front, black mulberry in the back, right? I won't have to worry about that ever again. It's sown, it's there, it can't go anywhere, right? We got onions and stuff like that growing, right? Sweet onions and stuff growing up over there. I can't I don't have to touch it. Like it's in season. And some of these things that we're growing, like now the mulberries are seasonal. They're seasonal. They can't grow, but they're going to give me food 2-3 times throughout the season. So I have to be in place to catch them, or I just won't be able to get what they give out. I got to be in position because they're in season, right? Sometimes you got to be in position, but when I preach a word, I got to be more like the potatoes that are rooted in the ground. And even in wintertime, if I wanted to, if things got really dire, I could pull them on out. Right? If I couldn't afford food, I could pull out potatoes, bare minimum, my family be able to eat. You hear what I'm saying? Because they're rooted and grounded. They're unseasonable. It doesn't matter what season it is. I have to pay attention for certain things in their growth to know when I can pull them, sure, or when it's okay, or when they've grown even more, but they're unseasonable. They can't be stopped. So when I preach a word and it's instant in season, that means whatever I preach, it's over the season itself. I didn't say I'm over Yashua. I don't know where that even came from. But see, if we're not careful, we're fighting against something that's not even being said. I'm talking about I speak over the council. I speak over the president. The president is not on my level because he's trying to be part of a system that is already defeated. The president can, if he wanted to, he can go ahead and upgrade. And if he's called to do what I do, then let's go ahead and do it together. But the president is on a level that's not on mine because the kingdom that I'm in is less or is greater than the lesser kingdom or republic that he's in. Which is why when I study the council, I have to realize that the council never had authority in the first place. Do you think that it's Rome that killed Yahshua? Do you think that it's other people, that Israel, Yahshua that killed Yahshua? Of course not. Yahshua said, no man taketh my life. I lay it down. You don't have the authority to take my life. But if you're not careful, you'll think just because somebody puts some nails in you, it means they have the authority. When my life is over, no matter how I go out, the only reason why I'm going to go out is because of the Most High, he ordained it. I don't care what happens when you see me, if you're around and you see me take my last breath or not. And I plan on being here for over 100 more years. But just in case that don't happen, right? It's up to Yahweh. And however he deems that I go, then so be it. Right? That's a different level where you realize, why am I worried about now? You still should be a steward over your temple. However, why am I worried about death when whatever happens to me is not even something that anybody else can do, right? It's what I'm here to do. Matter of fact, the Most High, I mean, he's shown me some things as far as death to where, like, I know that I'm not going to die no time soon. because I know that there's still certain things that I've seen myself doing. He told me, he showed me. He's had other people even speak the same thing, not even knowing who I am. Right. So even in the system you're in, you're coming from a system that says that we got to control you to the point of where that's why you worried about death. You worried about death because you're in a system that you're concerned about death. Oh, okay. Hey, how you doing, Sister Marion? I'm sorry. I just saw you switch over. My bad. And if Sister Moselle is watching, right? You worried about something that's not even in the system I'm in. I don't worry about death. In the system I'm in, people get let out of prison because they praise and worship. I've been in prison for something that I didn't do before. And I taught Bible study and taught my way out. Right? I didn't even think about that before. Hallelujah. Ooh. What the push out. Like that's like I literally have been in a place to where I was in somewhere I wasn't even supposed to be and praising worship and teaching the word and using this gift and stuff like that. Was on the street still preaching and teaching and stuff like that. It was only a matter of time before I was able to do exactly what he wanted me to do full time, because I was doing it full time, whether it was in season or out of season. I was unseasonable even where I was. That's a word right there, man. Ah. You see what I'm saying? Like you're in a different thing that governs you. I'm gonna be constitutional, right? You're in a place where like you're trying to hold on to something that's not even there, right? Like, why are you acting like consuls? Why are you acting like consuls? You know what I'm saying? Thank you for the love. Thanks, babe. Right? Thank you, everybody. I'm sorry. Like, why are you acting like consuls? You voted into a position, so I got to do as much as I can real quick. That's why you work the way that you do. Right? I used to think it was about voting, and if I did stuff the right way, which was oftentimes the white way. Sorry for saying it that way, but that's what it was in the military, and try to do that. I try to do what they said. Thanks for the love again, appreciate you. And I try to do it that way. I tried, and I couldn't make it. I was like, why can't I make it? I'm doing what they say, and this and that or whatever. Lo and behold, though, when I started just being who I was supposed to be, right? Like, but consuls, they get voted in, so they got to try and do everything real quick, real quick, real quick. I'm gonna just go through the other ones because I can see clearly what I thought we were supposed to do today. The Holy Spirit, she said that ain't it, right? But I'll move quickly through this stuff, and then we still got quite a bit of time to talk, right? So after the consul, you have something called a praetor. Hallelujah. See, we catch this praetor, right? Praetor, you can have more than one praetor, of course, but praetor, right? It's a judicial officer who had broad authority in cases of equity, was responsible for the production of the public games. So this person is dealing with equity, make sure that there's public games, Coliseum type stuff, to make sure, these football games, basketball games, they have to report to somebody. The same people that own, we talked about this yesterday and the day before. Same people that own the NFL, they own all the other businesses. Jerry Jones bought the Dallas Cowboys because he was an oil tycoon. The Dallas Cowboys is chump change to him because he makes oil money. Right? Like these people that own these places, right? The original owner of the Charlotte Hornets, when it was the Charlotte Bobcats, and I guess when he was in New Orleans Hornets for a little bit too. Oh, no, I had it right. Yeah, Charlotte Bobcats, whatever. When it was the Charlotte Bobcats, that was the guy who owned BET. Now he black, right? And he sold it to another black guy who was Michael Jordan. But there's Michael Jordan and this Bob Johnson, I believe. How much they really doing for you? Right, they're part of a different system. You think because of skin color, right? But see, and the reason I'm bringing it up is because they say what a praetor is, what in ancient Rome, a judicial officer. So there's somebody who has the office to judge and make things move. Somebody gonna catch these when we put these out there, because they're running the same thing. They use public games, and in the absence of consuls, when there is no consul, what happens? They exercise extensive authority in the government. So if there is no president, or really the president is a falsehood anyway, the president is not really over anything anyways, right? So these praetors are really the people that you got to look at, part of the same families, by the way. And they put games. But the reason why I put that there is because it talks about a word here, which is in your Bible, but we don't ever bring it up. It's in your Proverbs. We're supposed to get all this wisdom from. It talks about a word called equity. Proverbs chapter 1, verse 3, right? Equity. Proverbs chapter 1. Let's just go to Proverbs chapter 1, verse 1 real quick. It says, these are the Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, or the son of beloved, king of Yasrael, Malak Yasrael, or to know, to be intimate with wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding. Now, verse 3, to receive the instruction of wisdom. So there's a difference between having wisdom and receiving its instruction. A lot of people talk about they want wisdom, but you got to get instruction from a domain of which is wise. What domain does your instruction come from? Oh, that's a word right there. How you doing, Brooklyn Butterfly? Amen. Greater is he. Yeah, we are more than conquerors. Hallelujah. Right. So watch this. Somebody stay with me now. Right. Watch this. Proverbs chapter 1, verse 2. To know wisdom, to be intimate with wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding. That's one thing. To know wisdom, to be intimate with wisdom. But you can know somebody, you can know something and still not receive instruction. Come on. That's a word right there, right? Like you can know your spouse and never receive his instruction. You can know your spouse and never receive her law. See, you can lay down with somebody in the bedroom and still not listen to what they have to say outside of it. Being right, hallelujah. That's why a lot of men don't feel respect unless they're having sex. That's why a lot of your men want sex. You think it's just because they just born to just give seed and give seed and give seed. Sometimes your man wants sex because it's the only place that he feel like you'll listen to him. I'm gonna leave it alone, Holy Spirit. They ain't ready for it today. We talk about it sometime, but they ain't ready for it today. I hear you, right? Y'all, whoever needed that, y'all got what I'm saying, right? I'm just trying to tell you, right? Because if you go later on down to verse 8, it tells you that the husband or the father is supposed to give instruction and the mother is supposed to lay down the law. I'm just trying to tell you. Y'all be talking about why he always wanted, because he don't feel like you hear him unless it's in the bedroom. For some reason, when y'all both naked, you'll listen. But when you put on some clothes, all of a sudden you ain't got nothing to listen to no more. Just saying. All right. But Proverbs chapter 1, verse 2, it says you can know wisdom, but verse 3 says, but can you receive it? And if you could receive the instruction of wisdom, so you can know wisdom, you can know the Holy Spirit, but you don't have to receive what she say. You can know your mama and you don't have to listen to her. You can know your daddy and still talk bad about him. Okay. All right. Amen. Right. To receive the instruction of wisdom, then what comes with that instruction? Justice and judgment. See, that's why they try to say this stuff is Old Testament. And then it says and equity. And really that word and, it means ought. It means going toward. So we read it with the proper context now. It would actually say, so I got to know wisdom and instruction to perceive under the words of understanding. That'll help me to have a standard, right? But then it says I have to receive the instruction of wisdom, justice, so that I can go towards judgment and I can go towards something called equity. Now, why is it that you were never taught about equity in your life in school? Or we can have the wisdom and not know what to do with it. That's the way we can say it as well, right? So why is it you were taught about being wise, but nobody ever told you that you haven't been receiving wisdom? You were taught in school you're supposed to be wise. This is a wise man that did this. This is a wise woman that did this. This is a wise person that did this. This is a wise place. This is a wise domain. But you don't know how to receive instruction. Why is it that you only know how to receive instruction when it comes to jobbing out for somebody? That's what they taught you in school. Why didn't they teach you instruction on marriage in school? You said mom is the first guy. Well, I don't know about that, but if you look at your mom as the first guy, so be it. I don't know if I ever looked at my mom. Well, actually, I can even take that. I see what you're saying. I won't go through the minutia, the details, and that. I get what you mean, right? But why is it that you do that? Think about that. Why is it that you were never taught about equity? That is to keep you at a certain level, of course. Now it says here clearly, and you went to churches where they're supposed to teach you this. Didn't you go to a church that said to receive instruction? How many times did they preach on equity? How many sermons? How many series did you hear the preacher do for Bible study on equity? What is equitable? What makes you able to even think of yourself as being somebody who has equity or is equity? Right? This is the system that you're in. But the praetor, the people who are the power behind the throne, the people that are part of the same family as the presidents and other people that you see in power, it said that these were judicial officers who had broad authority in cases of equity. You better learn what equity is, because the people that have broad authority in cases of equity, they're the people that even put these games together. And in the absence of consuls, when there is no mayor you can look at, when there is no governor, when there is no president, when you need somebody to step up, when it's the military, guess who's over the military? The private corporation. Guess who's over the prisons? The private corporation. Guess who's over your schools? The private corporation. Guess who has to be there when they write law in Congress? The private corporations. You didn't even know. You heard all this stuff about capitalism. You called yourself a capitalist. Capitalism is defined as when politics and economics are used to control trade and industry. That trade and industry is wielded by private corporations and not the state. And capitalism is, by definition, a system. Why did they never tell you that in order for you to be in capitalism, you have to have private corporations that are over? And if you want to call yourself a corporation, for those who want to do that, then you are going to have to become private, or else you still just part of the system. The only reason, see, remember I was just talking about that? If push came to shove, right? We got potatoes growing. If push came to shove, if nothing else, my family, we could say we could eat some potatoes. If we had nothing else, we could at least say, however long it takes to get on our feet, we could have potatoes. Because once you got potatoes, you can't really get rid of them. And yeah, we ain't gonna get all the nutrients and all this stuff, but hey, we got real potatoes. We know they're 100%. We know they're authentic, bare minimum, right? Or we got some onions if we had to today, or we got some sage if we had to. You can eat sage too. You can burn sage. You can do whatever. We've got certain things that come from the ground. Matter of fact, almost everything you're using should be coming from the ground anyways. If it's not, then it's altered, and you shouldn't be having it, right? But bare minimum, we can do what we need to do, right? So that's when it becomes what? If that's when it becomes private. I don't have to go to the public and say, hey, can you give me some food? Even, right? People say, oh, I don't ask anybody to give me, I pay for my food. Yeah, you got to go to a public place that's owned by private corporations and go ahead and say, hey, will you accept this money that I have? Will you accept this item that I have? And will you trade with me so that I can feed my family? That means you are involved in the public. Right? The more involved with the public you are, the less private you become, which means now when the public says we're gonna cease all this stuff, we're not gonna give anybody any food, we're gonna raise the prices on food. Here you are being like, I don't know how we're gonna eat. By the way, even if you don't own your own stuff, this is why you need to get with the Honorable Amma, the Honorable Maya, and learn from her. Or if you don't want to learn from somebody else, but she's the best in the business as far as I'm concerned, right? Learn from her and learn how to forage. Learn how to be able to look and see what stuff is. Like, make it at least a once a week activity to where you'll feed yourself just by going outside, getting stuff that's available. Wild lettuce that literally, for a lot of people, wherever you are on the earth, a lot of you guys walk over wild lettuce on the sidewalk almost all the time. Right? Like, you literally walk over it. Matter of fact, if push came to shove, even though you'd have to get a lot of it because you don't digest it that well, you could get some grass. You know, you could put carrots in the ground, take some carrots and let the carrots grow to the point to where they start growing, iron and stuff like that. And they have shoots coming out of it. As soon as they have shoots, bury the carrot in the ground. You got two roots. Now you got carrots growing and you got potatoes growing. You see what I'm saying? Like, equity. Why are we looking to people who won't feed you? Why are we looking to Bill Gates, who has 3,000, I think that's what I was told last time, 3,000 acres of land Bill Gates has. And yet he keeps talking about there's no food for everybody, but he can't feed you off of 3,000 acres. Why is it that we have no food, but McDonald's today is going to throw away enough food to feed the world? Even though it's not real food, we could say, but McDonald's today is probably going to throw away enough food to feed the world. Not one McDonald's, but all the McDonald's. Now take all the fast food joints. Now take all the restaurants. And they're going to lock up the trash container to make sure that people who need the food can't get in there. You hear what I'm saying? Like these are things that we need to start making sure we know. What is equity? We don't have equity because the people that you're begging for food, they don't want to feed you. They want to make money. If you can't give them money, they'd rather throw away perfectly righteous food than make sure that the world eats. And then they show you somebody named Ronald McDonald, but really they make you out to be the clown. I'm sorry, you said because equity is law. Yeah, it's part of divine law, which is the opposite of suppressed system. Equity is truth, natural law. As long as they control the food, they control the people, starve you into submission. Most deaf. Most deaf. Yeah. Right. These are the predators. These are the people right behind the scenes. You looking at the president. You looking at the mayor. You don't even realize. Right. The same person you used to clap for, the $1 Million Man, or the same person you used to clap for, Brett Favre, right? Who was already raping women and stuff, and y'all ain't saying nothing about it when he was in. Now all of a sudden he started raping people of their money in Mississippi. $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase. He was out there literally known as a person that said everybody's got a price and would laugh at you. Now he's doing it in real life, and we're surprised. There comes a certain point where it's like, why are we dependent on these people? The same government that won't let you watch this. The same government that won't let clean water in the Mississippi and in the parts of Arkansas and really all over the place, Flint, Michigan, obviously, stuff like that. The same government that won't let you catch rainwater sometimes will be the same government that tells you can't clean the water and tells you they won't clean your water. These are the private corporations. The same people that will say, go to the store and buy a whole bunch of water that's not even really alkaline and it's coming in plastic, which means because of the bisphenol A or the BPA, you're going to be dealing with cancerous situations now because you're drinking out of plastic. The same people will not clean your water. It's your water. Matter of fact, it don't even belong to any person. It's the Most High's. Because the earth is Adon's or the Lord's and the fullness thereof. They and them that dwell therein. But you've signed documentation where you think you're supposed to be part of a system that says that you can't even catch clean water. It's about to rain where I'm at today, at least supposedly. And if it rains in this area, because it's only like 30-40%, that means that only 30 or 40% of the area will be rained on. It doesn't mean 30-40% chance, right? However, if it rains, guess what I'm going to be doing today? We catching some water. Because you can't, right? We're catching some. We private over here. Who are you as a government? See what I'm saying? We're talking about this romantic government. The truth about this romantic government. Who are you as a government to try and come to me as a private citizen and tell me that I can't make sure that my family can be hydrated? Well, it's the love of money. Not even money is the root of all evil, but what is it? The love of money is the root of all evil. Hear what I'm saying? So we got to talk about the truth about this stuff. Remember, the first part of the series that started us off really was, or actually, I guess the second part. I can't remember the first one, but basically, we had a part of the series that started off with saying, in order to be honest, we have to have honest conversation. Or in order to have honest conversation, we got to be honest. One of those two. Right? We have an honest conversation about stuff, and it's not based in honesty. If the same person that tells you, hey, kill all the weeds, kill all the dandelions. Then they give you a weed killer to give you cancer. And then they give you dandelion parts, not even the whole dandelion, but part of the dandelion, which means they've modified it. And so now since they've modified it, it's going to give you side effects that are worse than the cancer. But they'll say, kill all the weeds. By the way, the word weed is just simply basically usually something people mean when they say you don't want it. But why would you not want something that's an officinalis and heals your whole body? Why would you not want that to grow? See, you think that a natural lawn looks like a topiary garden. You think that if your lawn was great, it would be clean and pristine and cut, and it'd be this, right? That's what they want you to believe. But the reality is that a natural law means that it should grow the way that it was intended to grow. That's what a natural lawn is. Right? That's what a natural lawn is. Right. But if you keep listening to somebody that says get out of it, why? Because the predators, they're the people who are over the corporations, the same family that puts people in line. And you're arguing over Republican, Democrat, you're arguing over consuls, and you don't even realize that there's power behind the throne. You said you wouldn't trust water from the sky. Okay, well, if you want to keep trusting water with chlorine and all this other stuff, and usually it's just tap water. By the way, even the water that you're drinking, as much as you want to add minerals and stuff to it anyways, because water just by itself ain't that great, right? Especially those, you be careful with that distilled water. A lot of y'all be trying to get rid of distilled water. Be careful. Or I'm sorry, be trying to drink distilled water. Be careful. Distilled water is something you should drink just as a cleanser, but only drink it like one time. Don't drink it all. Like, you drink distilled water enough days in a row, you might kill yourself, because anything that you put in your body that's not whole, guess what? Everything has to come to it. When you drink water, we're supposed to drink waters out of rivers, right? We're supposed to drink waters out of springs. We're supposed to drink waters that have nutrients and things in them, right? So so don't go get distilled water. Make sure you get alkaline. Try to catch water. Try to strain your own water if you know how to do those things, of course, right? But make sure that you get it, and then put minerals and things in there. Matter of fact, if you're going to go and you're going to buy a plastic bottle of water, okay, bare minimum. If you got a gallon of water, put like a pinch of baking soda in it. Raise the alkaline level. That's all they're doing with a lot of these waters that you're buying anyways, where they say they super pH. Like, put a little bit of stuff, go a little further. Whenever you drink it, make sure you put some lemon or lime in it. That's going to help with the alkaline level. If you want to, go a little further. When you drink it, put some salt in it from time to time. Real salt, not some of the chemicalized salt, but put some salt in it. Guess what? Even the chemicalized salt, to a degree, it will help you to actually keep water. You've been taught to have no salt, but you think that salt water is the same thing as what you drink out the beach. It's not the same. So put a little pinch of salt in there. By the way, those things I'm talking about, those are called electrolytes. Now, why is it you got to go to the praetor, who works for the consul, who works for Rome and not for you, right? Or cucumber, yeah, a lot of different things, right? But that's all an electrolyte is. An electrolyte is just basically putting some food in there, right? So why is it that you feeling like you got to go to the company to get those things? Yeah, put your water in copper. We do that all the time. We used to give out copper cups for a while, right? The demand's gone down for we don't really do it as much, but we were giving out copper cups for donations and stuff as well, so people can have actual ones. Because sometimes when you buy copper, if you're not aware of it, sometimes it's not 100% copper, but and it comes with other things that are not so. But copper, those things, of course, because copper is going to help with digestion, right? But these are things that we are going to somebody else for. Why could you not do that yourself? Why are you buying Gatorade and Powerade and vitamin water and all these other things when you could just put those things in yourself and you wouldn't have to worry about all the extra sugar that they're putting in, right? Do you know that a lot of NBA players, when you see them, and football players, when you see them doing the Gatorade commercials and they drink Gatorade and Gatorade's on the sideline, they're not actually drinking Gatorade. They don't like it. They don't really like Gatorade. They because it's not doing anything. So they have people who will put it in Gatorade bottles for them, because that's what's going to make the money. You see the Gatorade, so you go, oh, they're drinking Gatorade. Now I'll pay $4 or $5 for it at the gas station, right? However, in reality, is they're making something, and then they might put some coloring in it, or they might put just enough Gatorade in it to where, to the untrained eye, it looks like it's what they sell in the store, right? But they don't drink that. Gatorade is not healthy, right? It's too much sugar and stuff. There's too much salt in Gatorade. They're using stuff like parts of beavers and stuff like that I won't even bring up, because some of y'all might be grossed out. But y'all eating body parts of animals, not even realizing what it is. You eating pork sometimes with some of these energy drinks and things like that. And some of y'all say you don't eat pork. So I'm just saying, be careful with what it is that you're doing. But those are the predators. That's what you're dealing with. They're under these consuls that are trying to do their best to make sure that they keep in power. Then you have a questor. A questor, I'm not going to put much into that, but this is any number of officials who had charge of public revenue and expenditure. Catch that part. Anybody who has charge of public revenue or expenditure. Okay? That's all you really need to know about them. There's a lot of people who take care of what? Public revenue. So once again, if you're private, don't worry about the public revenue, right? If you're a private citizen, you don't worry about the public. But if you're a public citizen, then yeah, you got to be scared of these people. And you better know that that's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to there's a whole bunch of people out there who are in charge of public revenue and expenditure. Problem is now, not only is it a problem that somebody else controls your money, but also, let's be honest with this, you also have a bunch of people out here where it's too many people. You know how they used to say all the time is too many chiefs and not enough natives, not enough Indians, right? Well, private, once again, is not just on paper, it's a lifestyle, right? If you want to learn more about the paper side of things and some of the lifestyle stuff, of course, take the classes. But it's not just it's a thing of getting outside of the system. So you got too many people dealing with money. This is why banks crash all the time. This is why you guys keep going in depressions. Matter of fact, your depressions and recessions and all these things they want to call it, they keep getting worse and worse and worse and worse. But you notice people who are private, they don't worry about that. Corporations, they lay people off because they say, oh, there's not enough money or whatever, but they're bored. The CEO, the presidents, the vice presidents of, et cetera, they keep making more money every year, even though you have to. Some of y'all ain't had a minimum wage be lifted for how many years? 20 years, 30 years, some of you? There's too many people in charge of your money. See, but in the public, you'd rather have too many people than you be in charge of your own. It's a lifestyle change. Right? Let's keep on going now, right? I said I wouldn't stick too long on these rest of them. All right. Then you have a pro magistrate, right? Or in Latin, pro magistratu. Sorry, I'm not saying that. Magistratu. I'm still not saying that right, but I'm getting closer, right? But it was an ex-consul or an ex-praetor whose imperium or the power to command an army was extended at the end of his annual term of office later. They were also called proconsuls or propraetors. So pro is saying they go above, they go past, right? Like a professional, somebody who fesses, right? They fess is to fess up, to say or whatever. Profess is somebody that lives past what they say. They're a master of it, right? Well, you have a propraetor. So a praetor, we just told you, is really the power behind the throne, right? How you doing, Jesse? So the propraetor is really what? The power behind the throne. Well, the power behind the throne, guess what? So now, even when they get out of office, they keep on going. Didn't Richard Nixon basically quit before he got fired and locked up? And then what did they do? Hey, go over to China real quick. And while we got Trump over here talking about China, we won't tell you that Nixon is the reason why China and I are like this. We won't tell you. I can't even remember these people. It was a McConnell, the guy with the glasses who had the veins and everything and had all them heart surgeries and stuff. McConnell was married to a Chinese woman. Now, some of y'all be like, so, you're being racist. No. Time out. He was married to a Chinese woman whose father is still a billionaire in China, right? Who is very much so communist. So that means McConnell is married into the Chinese money. And so as a Republican, he was going to support it. But don't think that I'm doing Republican versus Democrat because I could care less. Here's on the other side, Democrat. Here's Joe Biden with his family involved in Chinese stuff. Now he's the president. So you got somebody who was on the Republican side and who was basically the majority leader / minority leader, whatever he was. I didn't pay attention, but he was that. And then you had Biden, who's the president and was the vice president at one point, and then was running for president during all this. And guess what? Both of them linked up to China, which starts all the way back with, hey, while you thought it was a Cold War between you and China like this, because they're all family, right? The emperor, the magistrates, the praetors, the consuls, the tribunes, all of these people, the Republican, the Democrat, the majority leader, the minority leader, the woman's leader, the this, that, whatever, they're all part of the same family. And if we're not careful, our family will get entangled in some family business that's not about us. See, because here's something I didn't get to say earlier when everybody was fighting about the stuff earlier. This is what goes on. All these rich families that are married into each other, they want to make sure that all of them have money, but they fight against each other as far as who gets to have the most money, who gets to be the consul, who gets to be the praetor, who gets to be the pro magistrate or pro magistratu. They fight over those things, right? You're right. League of Nations, even, or the United Nations, or different things like that, right? You have all this stuff. They come together, and you think that they're coming together to talk about you, but these are all people that own businesses around the world, and they own your places. They own your money. They print your money. right? They tell you if you can print your money. And so when they come together, they're creating laws, like we said earlier. The law protects rights. Law doesn't give rights. Law protects rights. So they're creating laws to protect their rights. They're not concerned about you. I don't care how passionate they are. Watch this. And here's where it gets difficult to keep up, because there might be somebody who cares, but they're in a system to where the other family members don't. So you might have thought, even though he didn't really, but you might have thought RFK really, really cared about you. And he might have cared more than others, but he's still part of a mindset that goes back to when they were bootlegging. And then his daddy, Jack Kennedy, came into power by the fact that his family basically said, when we come back and y'all go ahead and let us sell alcohol legally, we want you to put one of us in the Senate. And his daddy was a supporter of Adolf Hitler. His son, JFK, writes in his journal how he thinks that Hitler is going to one day be known as a hero. His brother, RFK, shares Marilyn Monroe with him like it's nothing, while his brother JFK is married to Jackie. You see some Greco-Roman stuff going on that we've been talking about? These are the same people, but you think that these people are supposed to watch over you or make the laws for you. The laws are not for you that they're making. They're to protect themselves. But see, at least there were some people smart enough, and all this stuff that came up in this chaos that we're living in, at least there were some people smart enough to say, hey, we can at least make some laws that allow people to be private. And really, there's always been people that are private. Switzerland gets a lot of mess, but Switzerland remained private for the most part. That's how they were able to do it right. Switzerland dealt with racism and other things like that or whatever. Switzerland was like, yo, we'll just be neutral. That way, no matter what happens, you can't come to Switzerland with too much and be like, you were part of this, part of this, part of this. And they're like, yo, look, we don't really care what y'all doing. We have our own interests at heart. We over here, we neutral. That's why a lot of y'all think of Switzerland as meaning neutral. Right? You have to find a way to be private so that you can represent your own interests. See, right nowadays, you're used to paying interest rather than having interest. Oh, that's a word right there. Somebody write that down. That's gonna bless somebody. If you can get to a point, see, you don't own interest, you don't have interest, you pay interest. Matter of fact, you pay for people who you pay for people so that they'll give you their interest. I go to the average mother, especially a single mother. I say, what is it that you like to do? She can't even tell me. I mean, do you like to get your nails? And you're like, I mean, I guess, but I haven't done it in 5-6 years. You think you're supposed to pay interest. You should have interest. And if it's not interesting, then why would I pay for it? But see, in this culture, you pay to be allowed to have interest. The reality, though, is in our culture, you're supposed to have interest in what you're willing to pay for. I'm not interested in school, so I don't pay for it. It's not my benefit. It's not my privilege. See, the government work. This is law. You're living in romantic government, not realizing that even romantic government has to give honor to the Father, right? Render Caesar's things to Caesar. Don't forget, though, Elohim comes first. Amen. Yeah, we're not crazy. You hear what I'm saying? Exactly. Well, that's a bar right there. I saw that. I think it was Aphrodisiac. We'll pay interest, but we won't pay attention. That's a bar right there. That's a T-shirt right there. For real. That's a bar. People will pay interest. Let me be interested in something, please, but won't pay attention to what's going on. I see you, Sister Beverly. 2 wrongs don't make a right. Right? So you need to start paying what? You need to start being interested in what is your culture. Why do I have to pay for what's mine? Why do I have to pay for what should be mine? I should be able to be interested in what my culture says we are interested in. Why am I paying for the right to have interest? Oh, you want to buy this house? Well, you can buy it, but you got to pay interest. No, that's not my interest. You got to pay for your child to go to school, but you don't have anything in the school that's of interest to me or my child. Well, you still got to make sure they go to school. No, I don't. You have stuff that allows me to make sure I teach my child privately. I think I'll go with that. How you doing, Dennis? You see what I'm saying? We don't think about it, right? We won't pay attention to what these things are, but they're telling you, even if they don't know themselves, because you got to. That's what we tell these sovereigns. By the way, you're gonna be sovereign. Remember, every sovereign is a master. A master must be a teacher. In order to be a teacher, you must be disciplined. You must be a disciple in it, right? But you don't. Every word that's given to you. That's why. Think about this. Think about this. Even in your Bible, read your Bible. It'll bless you. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word out of the mouth of Yah. So if we are even just to stop it, man should not live by bread alone, but by every word, then we should be paying attention to words. But then take it to the next level. Man should not live by bread alone, but by every word that is uttered out of the mouth of Yahweh, out of the mouth of Elohim. Oh, so there's a particular place that I should be looking for words. And if somebody speaks a word that is contrary, then it's not my interest. So why would I pay attention to that or pay into that? Right? Every word I'm looking for. People get upset. Why you always pay so much attention to every word? Because I'm not supposed to live by bread alone. I'm supposed to live by every word. Oh, why you pay to you so much? Nobody even meant that when they said it. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. May I show you something? May I show you something? Let's go. Let's look at the Declaration of Independence. You're living by something that's not even a word for you. And I won't give you every word of this, but I just want you to see some of this stuff. Because you be speaking stuff, we be speaking stuff, and we don't even really know what we're talking about. You ready? I'm gonna just read the Declaration of Independence, if that's all right. Okay. Declaration of Independence in Congress, July 4th, 1776. See, because you think that everybody, see, that's why you need interdependence. You trying to be independent and say that your nation is independent. But if your nation is independent, that means that they don't believe in God or Yahweh or whoever anyway. Do that. No, we're independent of a king, but that king that you're getting independence from, that king was your pope, because the king of England is the pope, or the queen of England, whomever at the time, is the pope of Protestantism. So when you separated church from state, what you were saying is if you want to be private, then you can believe in something that's cirque or something that is spiritual. But the reality is that the government now runs your life. That's a little extra homework assignment for those who taking some of this stuff, right? I'm just trying to show you these words mean a whole bunch, right? But the Declaration of Independence in Congress, July 4th, 1776. This is the unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America. All right. This is the unanimous declaration. So all these states supposedly are supposed to believe in this thing. All right. So it's just 13 at the time. Okay. And these 13, of course, weren't split up yet because, Virginia is not Virginia and West Virginia is one. North Carolina and South Carolina don't exist. It's just Carolina, etc. Right. Okay. Here we go. You ready? When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political brands which have connected them with another, to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which laws of nature. Wait a minute, what is that? See, people be thinking that I'm just making stuff up, natural law, stuff like that. Read your Constitution, right? You say that's your Constitution, read it. It'll bless you. All right, and separate and equal station to which laws of nature and of nature's God. Now we would say Elohim, of course, but watch this: the laws of nature and nature's God. So there's somebody above nature, according to your Constitution. But people keep talking about it's not about religion, is it? Okay, all right. Let's keep on going. Nature's God entitled them a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. You said, no, that meant that they are separate from England, has nothing to do with being separated from God. Well, First of all, God is a Germanic deity, so you have to figure out what God they're talking about. George Washington is an obelisk. He's doing the Osiris thing, with Columbia doing the Isis thing above him when they meet and they have sex and everybody comes under union, is in fact Horus. That's right there in your National Mall. They had the same story in Memphis. They got the same story in places in Georgia. They got the same story in places over in Cali, right? They have the same places over at the Vatican. They have the same stuff over in Kemet or in Egypt. But we'll act like that doesn't exist, right? But see, you think you're using the same language that they're talking about. But if they say that they're independent from England, well, the state of England, the way that it works, the Protestant king, the king of England is the Protestant king, so he's the Pope. Look up Henry VIII. When he separated from the Pope so that he could marry whoever he wanted, guess what he did? He said he was the Pope. He changed the language from Latin to English. It's a F you to them, even though English wasn't even really a language anymore. And they created English through the Bible and stuff to make it a little stronger and stuff. That was supposed to be the language of the poor, all that. It was all for this religiosity, if you will. So if you separate from the king, because the king is a tyrant, what you're saying is that I separate from my Pope, which is why you have all these different religions now that talk about autonomy. Even though a lot of them still have bishops and archbishops and dioceses and archdioceses and all these other things, they still wear the same uniforms, right? They still wear the same judicial uniforms and everything. That's why the only real judges that you have, they sit on the Supreme Court. Every other judge that you've ever been in front of or seen, guess what? They're not actual real judges. They are supposed to be priests. That's why they wear priestly robes, and they're connected to the federal government. Okay, so I'm just telling you, you can say whatever you want. I'm telling you what this thing is. Like, we can keep acting like it's not what it is, but there's a reason why even King Charles was sitting up there talking about his relationship to the Church of England. He was trying to tell y'all, I'm the Pope now. You will bow down. But we don't know how to talk about those things. We don't know the language that they're using. We don't speak the language of the upper class. You said this is my opinion? Sure, if that's what you want to call it. Just like it's your opinion. So if you want to say that we both have an opinion, why is your opinion greater than mine? Simply because you believe that you're supposed to be in power, but you're not. Not over here. Right? But anyways, let's go ahead, right? Because this person's already telling me that I'm wrong about anything or whatever. So let's read their constitution. So it says that they separated themselves from this Pope, right? This king. Because why? When in the course of human events, and course, by the way, is uppercase. Right? Why did the Pilgrims come over? By the way, they had to go talk to the Pope about coming over too, because they came over to a prison colony, right? But once again, when in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people. Now, question, when it even says one people, for the person that's doing all that, interrupting and all that, help me out with this. Did that one people under their God, did that one people include Black people? Did it include white women? Did it include Indian people? Did it include Irish people? Who are the one people that need to be separated? Just saying. We talking stuff with that. Let's be about it. Let's say it with our chest all the way. Who are the one people that they're talking about? When it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands, right, which have connected them with another. In other words, we're connected to this holy Pope type thing, this Protestant, this king who's now a tyrant. Who are the one people? Am I the one people? That's why I got to become a private citizen. If I, as a Black person, which you shouldn't be on paper in court, but if I, as a person of color, Black person, Negro, more, you should really be more like a non-citizen national, more native, etc. But does the law protect my rights if it's not talking about me? Should I become a part of a public law? How you doing, brother teacher? Should I be part of a public law that does not protect me? Should I tell my people to be part of a public law that does not protect us? Is it in our best interest? Should I pay interest to a land that does that? See what I'm saying? We're trying to say, oh, it's just your opinion. No, that's not my opinion. Right? Did George Washington think that I was a human being? If I had met George Washington back in 1776, would he have thought me to be a human? Would he have let me fight for my country? Who was the one person? Who is the one people? He didn't think I was a person. The Three-Fifths Compromise didn't mean that you were 60% of a person. No. It meant you were 0%. Three-Fifths Compromise meant that the South, they paid 60% of the taxes on property they had, and the North did. So you were property because you weren't a person. Since you were 0% of a person, they only had to pay. The South was only responsible for 60% of the taxes on you. The North was responsible for the other 40%. That's what the Three-Fifths Compromise did. It existed before they brought slaves into it, and the North was trying to get the South to pay more money. The South said, well, their property just like anything else. And they said, okay, cool. Well, we'll just pay 40%. You pay 60%. That's what the Three-Fifths Compromise actually meant. So before we get into this whole thing of who it was or whatever, you got to see that they worshiped the God and they made themselves the God. They separated themselves from being under Elohim or being connected to this English British Pope and being under King George. And they said that we're fighting for our right to be able to do whatever we want as being the gods ourselves. They were deists. They weren't Christians, right? Some of them posed as Christians, but they weren't Christians. They were deists. They believed that they could become their own deities. Yeah, that even I get what you're saying, 713, because even technically there's no such thing as a white person anyways, because white's not even the real color, you know, but somebody had to teach us that so we could fight each other. So we have these political bands that they're going to disconnect from to assume the powers of the earth. What did they say they're assuming the powers of? Of course, they're trying to take over everybody else because it said that they disconnected from that authority so that they could become an authority that could take over the earth. This is what it says. You can get mad at me. I'm just telling you what it is. And to assume the powers of the earth, the separate and equal station to which what? So they believe that they have the equal station that this king that they're separating from and this country they're separating from, right? They're the same family. They're the same family, but they say they're separating from them, right? Right? Just like we got these consuls and everything else. But it's the same family. So we're going to separate from our own family, right? And we're going to make sure that we get equal station. We want to do the same thing that they're doing. If they get to be slave owners, we should be slave owners. If they get to be in capitalism, we should be in capitalism. That's what the Civil War was about anyways. Chattel slavery versus capitalism. Which one was going to be the best? Right? You still have both. It was just which one was going to be number one. Now capitalism is above chattel slavery. It used to be chattel slavery was above capitalism. At one point it was 50-50. They were fighting against it since the 1850s, let alone 1860. Right? We don't know these things though because we're thinking about it a different way. Somebody washed this thing for us to where we don't look at it correctly. Let's keep on going though. You ready? See, you gotta get the context. You gotta get the culture. There's a culture that's behind this. Y'all catching this? This is why we don't know this stuff because we don't know how to read it. We're supposed to be in this system, but not of it. You of it because you think that this stuff is to you. It's for you. So for this people that consider themselves to be one people, not you. If you were a woman, you ain't had no right to vote. Not you. If you were a person of color, you were a slave. Not you. And if you were a person of color that had power, you had to be a brunette. That meant that you had to be somebody that fit in. You were brown enough, you had Negroid features, but you were light enough to pass for white. Because George Washington's wife was white on one side, and George Washington's wife was black on one side. She just passed for white, and King George's wife was black. They actually knew she was black, even though she was light enough to kind of sort of pass for white. Like these are things that are there. So once again, it's not as simple as black and white. They taught us black and white so that we would look at people and be able to put them in a class. But it's all about classism. It's about confusion. Right? It's about confusion. So they said that they as one people to assume among the powers of the earth, they want a separate and equal station, and they're going to try to use what to get there? They're going to use the laws of nature, that's natural law. And then they sat up there and said, what? Yeah, the one drop rule. They said they're going to use the laws of nature. And then they said they're going to do what? They're going to do what nature's God entitled them. So they said they want to be over nature, but they said that they want to be entitled to what nature's God. Hear what they said. They want to be the gods who can be able to have power over the earth, but they also want to do it by the laws of nature, and they have to uphold the God of that nature. So they don't want to be under the God of that nature. See, this is what I'm saying. Like people don't read it. They don't know what we're talking about because we're reading it through somebody else's lens. They don't want to be under the God of that nature, but they want to have the rights. So they know they have to follow the laws of the God of that nature. Tell me where they do that at. I don't want to be under my father, right? But I want my father to feed me. I don't want to listen to my mother, but I want my mother to love me. I don't want to. I want to eat food, but I don't want to grow it naturally. But I want laws of nature. I want to have the power, but I don't want to listen to the no. I want to have the power of nature, but I don't want to listen to the one who created it. But you can't get away from it. So even in the cognitive dissonance or the double-minded of thereof, we still have to obey the laws of nature. You still got to obey it, right? You're going to put Jesus on the slave ship, and then you're going to say that Yahshua and Jesus are the same person that want freedom. Time out. Where they do that at? Help me out. People come here all the time. No, Jesus, 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 Jesus. Yes, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. And it's like, time out, time out. Jesus is on the side of a slave ship, and Yahshua's people were on the slave ship. How in the world are Jesus and Yahshua the same person? I want the laws of nature. I want to be over the nature, but at the same time, I have to follow what that God says. So I'm trying to find some weird place to be able to have the power over everything, but then say I'm under the person who's all powerful. Something don't make sense. This is what they wrote. People keep trying to tell me I'm being over religious or I'm trying to, no, like this is what they wrote. I'm reading to you what they wrote. This is your Declaration of Independence. I'm not independent from the Most High. I'm interdependent, right? And my interdependence with Him means that I am not dependent upon the system, but I'm not independent of anything. I know that I'm attached to something greater than myself. Exactly. This is spiritual warfare. Every word I should pay attention to. We don't want to pay attention to every word. So it says that the law, they want to have equal station to which the laws of nature and the natures of nature's God entitle them. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to separation. So it says that our separation from our Pope, who is under this God, our separation from him is doing what? It's coming from a place to where we have an opinion, and our opinion requires that we separate. See, your opinion don't mean nothing if it's going to separate you from the Most High. That I'm reading text. We just finished the first paragraph, by the way. I'm just reading the text. I didn't write it. I didn't write it. They telling you straight up what they did. I didn't write this. You can read it for yourself if you're not reading it right now. Okay. It says the next part. After all that, then it says, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. Time out. You just said that there's one people that got to separate from another people who want to be able to be treated equally as far as being able to get power and slavery and land from everybody else. You just said that this is going to be something where you got to bow down to the Most High's nature. At the same time, that you're going to basically try to authorize yourself to be over His nature. And then you just said that our opinions mean that we're better than the oppressor. So therefore, we're better than the oppressor. And that's why we're going to separate from the oppressor. But then you just said, now we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. People think this is the most beautiful. People treat the Constitution and Declaration of Independence like it's the most beautiful thing ever written. Reality is this thing is dirty. This thing don't even make sense. Wait a minute. You just said that you basically not going to obey God, but got to obey the laws of God. You're gonna make yourself slave masters and own land and take people's stuff and be under the doctrine of discovery and all this stuff, because this is stuff that they're going by. We just don't know it. We look on paper, we say they didn't write that in there. That's what they were living by. That's what interpretation is. You got to know the times and the effort and the interpretation and the land and the language and all that stuff. You can't interpret it correctly because you're not identifying that they're already living in manifest destiny. They're already living in the white man's burden. They're already living in these things. They're already living in the doctrine of discovery. Peace and love to you as well. Thanks for being on. Right? So these people are saying that they're going to take over other people because their opinion is greater than other people, not because they're truth. And then they turn around and say, we hold these truths to be self-evident. You see what I'm saying? We don't even know how to interpret English. We're having problems interpreting English because we don't read it and we don't want to study it. But he said, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. But you just said what? You just said earlier in the first paragraph You said it becomes necessary for one people. So can all men be considered to be one people? Which means now that we got to break this thing down. Are we going to be Linnaean? Are we eventually going to have, almost 100 years later, about 80, 90 years later, are we going to have Charles Darwin come by and give you some more breakdown of Linnaean and break down these races and say that, there needs to be a preservation of favorite races in the struggle for survival? He'll call it evolution, and you'll teach it, and you'll grow in it, and you'll use it as an excuse to continue what you're doing, down to killing off baby slaves. And then once you can't kill them off just because they're slaves, you'll go ahead and kill them off in the name of abortion with Margaret Sanger. Why? Because there's only one people in this Constitution that it's talking about, and it ain't talking about you. By the way, if you were a white person and you existed in this time, but you didn't have any land, then you still weren't the one people because you couldn't vote. That's something that they made clear in 1789 or 1791. Take your pick. Exactly, too. By the way, like, who are we talking about? Who determines what a man is? This is part of the problem that we have. Be a real man, according to whose culture? I'm sorry. Hold on. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that was. That was weird. YouTube started playing something random. That means somebody's up in the system. Somebody's up in the system. They ain't like what we're saying. Somebody's doing some stuff. I don't know where that came from, but praise Yah, that means that we teach. Hallelujah, right? We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, but you just said it's only about one people. So all people are men in this system. Don't fool yourself. Stop being part of the public. Start living more privately. And it says, so watch this. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that amongst these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, remember, we just told you that law doesn't give rights, law protects rights. So they're writing out law here, saying that whatever they do from this point on is supposed to protect these one people who are considered to be men, and those men should have equal rights that are endowed by their creator. That they just separated themselves from their God and their Pope by separating themselves from England. That's the fight. So if they've declared that they're going to separate themselves from that, then the deists, those men, now become your gods. These presidents now set precedents. By the way, those of you who start with George Washington as your first president, because there were some before, but y'all don't like to admit that. So the first 4 out of 5 presidents started with George Washington are what? They are Virginia slave owners. Washington, D.C. came because George Washington, a Virginia slave owner, set it up, had slaves live on Foggy Bottom. That's why you can still go to that metro station today called Foggy Bottom, and you get off there, and that's where George Washington University is. That's where the slaves used to live, in the swamp, Foggy Bottom. That's why you get bit up by mosquitoes when you go to D.C. And also, he made a White House on there. That was the manor on the plantation that the slaves would work for, where the master, who was also simultaneously the president of the United States, that's where he lived. See what I'm saying? We don't recognize what these things are. We don't know who we're talking about. We don't know what this Roman government it lives off of and how it's effective and how it's effective. We have no clue. Right? And they're saying that only these rich white men at the time, right? 1776, 1789, 1791, keep on rolling. There's only certain people who are allowed to be able to have what? By their creator, by who they say their creator is, only they are able to have certain unalienable rights. That means that you cannot separate them from these rights. Alien is what? Is an immigrant. They are not immigrants to this right. Their right of living as human beings gives them these rights automatically, but they don't think that everybody's a human being. Right? It's the one people that are. Therefore, these one people have certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So life is only guaranteed, the right to have life is only guaranteed to those particular men. You hear what I'm saying? Right? The right to have liberty right? Liberty, you are at liberty to do certain things. It's only supposed to be for those particular men. And the right to pursue happiness, not even to be happy, but the right to pursue happiness is what? Only for those particular men. That to secure these rights, here we go, governments are instituted among men. Government. Okay. Well, let's look up I'm sorry, I almost messed it up. Let's look up a definition of government. Right? What was a governor? A Roman governor at that. A governor is what? They were either a consul or praetor. We just learned about both. These were called proconsuls and propraetors if their power was extended for more than a year. So if somebody got voted in more than once to be president, for example, all right, or to be governor, etc., you call them a proconsul or propraetor. That meant that they had more power that was getting there. They were getting more prestige, etc., etc. All right. The Senate decided which provinces would be governed by consuls and which by praetors. The praetors and consuls would then draw lots to determine their particular provinces, right? Draw lots, basically they would vote, right? Like when Yashua died, they tore his garment apart, etc. To what? To gain votes. Now, I'm reading neither. I'm reading the Declaration of Independence before we even get to the Bill of Rights or Constitution, right? Technically one and the same. But before we get there, I'm just reading the Declaration of Independence. That's what started all this stuff off, right? You hear what I'm saying? How you doing, local starter? Thanks for being on. Yeah, they flipping this stuff because they know we don't read this stuff. There's an old saying, it's sad, but it's true. You want to make sure that people don't know anything? Some people say you want to make sure black people don't know anything, put it in the book. You hear what I'm saying? So it says, well, we hold these truths. We already proved that those aren't your truths. Those aren't things for you. See, that's when I get it. When some people be like, truth is from your perception. Yeah, from your perception, you think that this is part of your culture, but you're not a modern American. You're not even an ancient. You were the first American, but you're not the modern American. You got to see who you are. So they hold these truths to be self-evident that all men, those particular people, are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator, not yours, by their creator, with certain unalienable rights. You can't separate them from these rights. And they made laws to make sure that what? That among these are life. They made laws to protect these rights. What are these rights? They have a right. These people, not everybody, they have a right to live life. They have a right to certain liberty, and they have a right to pursue happiness, not just to have happiness, but to pursue it. So if you're trying to pursue happiness, this is when they get upset at you. Do they not? Man, I'm happiness in my. You hear somebody say, "Man, shoot, I'm happy. I'm unapologetically black." Somebody says, "Oh, that's terrible. I can't believe that you're doing it." Why? Because you're pursuing happiness. It's illegal, right? It's unlawful. How dare you? I got love for our black sisters. Why can't you think that all women are your sisters? You're pursuing happiness. You're pursuing your culture. Uh-oh. See, we don't want to have an honest conversation. There's a reason why this dialogue is there, and we don't want to be honest about it. Hey, stop being a victim and be a victor. But you're the victors. There have to be victims in order for there to be victors. And you just said that these laws you're creating are for you, not for everybody. And that we're not allowed to pursue life. That's why you can have a grandmother hung from a tree, and somebody says she must have committed suicide. She can't even lift herself up off the ground. You know how much strength she had to have, where they said literally she had to hang herself and hold herself up long enough to die. Even if she wasn't strong, you know how much fortitude you have to have, how much like thought process you have to have, how bold you have to be able to just be like, even when my body's trying to give out, I'm gonna keep holding myself up until I die. And really, even after death, that's what they said. They said that she strung herself up. Not that she hung herself, she can't. They literally said she pulled herself up and then hung herself there. What sense does that make? But see, she doesn't have the right to life because she's not part of that 6%. She doesn't have the right to liberty. She doesn't have the right to pursue happiness. I know somebody don't want to hear it, right? I know that ain't a hallelujah moment, but that's real. That's what you're living by. What's the next part? That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. We just read what governments are. Governments are basically connected to the praetor and the consuls, but the consuls and the praetors, they're the people that own the businesses. They own the armies. They bribe people to stay in longer and not just be a consul, but be a proconsul, or not be a praetor, but become a pro-praetor. Still to this day. Right. Who do you think pays more for the president? Hear what I'm saying? Who do you guys think pays more for somebody to run for president? You think the people do, or you think that the corporation does? That in and of itself should end a lot of this debate. You think the people don't pay. And in essence, I guess you could say because the people pay the corporations. But the reality is the corporation puts down way more money for the president than the people do. Every dollar counts, so they don't mind you giving what it is. But guess what? Like, what? And I'm not even sure. I think this is too low. But there's that 80-20 rule. They're trying to say it's 20. I think it's more like 10 to 5, 95. But I say more like 595, but nevertheless, let's go off of what they want you to believe. 80-20, which is still terrible. 20% of the people own 80% of the wealth. That's what they say. I would say it's more like probably like 5% of the people own like 95%, because even if they don't have it in their pocket, they tell you what to do. Remember, the definition of capitalism is defined as a system in which politics and economics are used to control trade and industry. Trade and industry is wielded by private corporations and not by the government and not by the state. I'm glad you stayed as well. You said, so a cop can hit off a man door and he have to fix that back. I'm sorry, I didn't catch exactly what you were saying, Weaver. You said, so a cop can hit off a man door and he have to fix that back. I'm not sure exactly what you were saying. I'm sorry. Can you help me out a little bit? I'm not saying that you didn't say it right. I'm just not catching it. But we have this wild stuff, or something that happened like that. Okay, I'm not aware of what you're talking about. I'm sorry. But cops are slave patrolmen, by the way. And slave patrolmen existed before 1776. So cops didn't become a big deal, nor were there really much in law that even needed to protect you from cops. Why? Because cops are supposed to go and take control of slaves. Thanks for being part of the community. Is it Tahij? I'm not sure. You said, where does the private corporation get the money? Well, yeah, like private corporation gets the money because people give it to them. Because people aren't private, they're public. They think that they have to get their food, their clothes, and everything from the private corporation. You can make a loofah. A lot of y'all buy loofahs. You can make a loofah just by buying. You grow loofahs. You know that, right? Like after 2 months, loofahs have the same consistency as okra, so you could eat it. If you wanted to grow it 4 months total, 2 more months than what you could eat it as, then it would get hard and stuff, and you would just basically cut it out. The seed, the holes and everything, that's where the seeds are. You take the seeds out, you let them dry, and now you got a loofah. You can sell them in your community and make a bunch of money. I thought about doing it this year. I just ain't had time because we're traveling so much. But I might do that next year, for real. Grow some loofahs or whatever. That could be something we can use to make sure that we have some money for the community. It's pretty simple. Everybody use them. But for whatever reason, we're looking for something that's, you think you have to get it from somewhere else. We got people that live all over the country. People could grow oranges. We could have oranges with seeds again. How do you grow a loofah? You get a loofah seed and put it in the ground. After, like I said, after about 4 months, that thing's ready to go. You could grow your own clothes. There's a reason why they don't want you to, you have to buy silk, because they try to make it illegal. But technically, all you need is a spider that makes silk. You get enough of them, you make sure maybe you can get a few of them, have some spider babies or whatever, get some land, let the spiders have a lot of the land or whatever, go out there from time to time, you collect your silk. Next thing you know, you got silk. If you need dye, I mean, heck, you got pomegranates for color, you got apples for color, even though it'd be a different type of color from the inside, but I mean, you got pomegranates for color, you got cucumbers for color, you got all types of stuff you can use for color, or get a silkworm as well, sure, right? But they make sure that they make that illegal. Why? Because if you had some, then you wouldn't be dependent on them for it. You see what I'm saying? Like we're dealing with the same stuff. These consuls, these praetors, all these people, they're doing the same thing, right? But here it says, right? So it says that to secure these rights, governments instituted among men were instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Now, once again, question. When the first vote happened for the United States of America, how many people were allowed to vote? Only 6%. How many of those 6% voted? Not that many. Because it was already controlled. They already had something called an electoral college anyways. And back then, their booth system was terrible. They didn't really have booths. They made sure that all the people that could vote came out in public in front of everybody else. And if the person didn't vote how they wanted to, you might get booed or worse yet, they might take you out later on and beat the brakes off you. So you were going to vote however they said you were going to vote, just like they kind of do today. Because when you take a poll, politics, a poll, and they take a vote of the poll and all that, a poll just means your opinion. They could care less about your opinion. They said it's the opinion of the one people. We read that earlier in the same Declaration of Independence. The one people, their opinion, and will allow them to separate themselves. Right? It's their opinion. So the only way that you have power is if you as the people the only way they have power, rather, is if you as the people buy into the fact that they have consent. They said they have consent from the governed. Problem is, though, is that the governed don't make the law. So if they're trying to say the government approves the law. What they mean is, now let's take this to what it is. Let's be real with this. Now that we have that foundation correct, let's take this to what it actually means. Y'all ready? The governed, you, right? If you're not careful, you who are governed by this system, what are they saying? They're saying that you are willing to bow down or sign off on whatever they told you that you're supposed to sign off on. Therefore, since you sign off on everything, you as the governed are the real reason they have the authority. If you ever woke up as the governed and said that I will not be governed by that, and that's not my standard anymore, then they do not have a government anymore. Right? Yeah, you don't have to consent to the jurisdiction. You don't have to submit to the world system. You don't have to send your check. If this is how law works. Why do you pay taxes? You can only pay taxes on what's benefits and privileges. If you go to prison, they consider that in their wicked system. They say that's a benefit. Yeah, they're trying to regulate herbalism too, but they can't regulate what they don't own. So herbalism, as long as you're doing stuff that's natural, they can't own that. They're going to try, but they can't. Because they still have to do the natural law and the law of God's nature, right? They have to still do that. It's in their law, but that's true, right? But that's why you have to be as private as possible. They can't get rid of you being private. What they're trying to do is what they did with the 14th Amendment. They're trying their best to start making it impossible almost to become private. But they can't stop you from being private. Watch this. And now, if they're not careful, people are catching on to where my child doesn't need to be born in a hospital and they don't need to have a birth certificate. So if they're not careful, now people can be off the grid for real, and you can't come against people that don't exist in your system. Somebody who's private and it doesn't exist in your system, they don't exist in your system. What am I trying to get you to hear? If I don't exist in your system, hear what I'm saying? I don't exist in your system. In other words, if I don't have any attachment to your system, it means that you have no control over me. Right? If I'm born on private land, and my land is allodial, and that land belongs to myself, and we created our own bylaws, and we said this is our own UCC, and we have proof, we can show proof and evidence on our own that this person was actually born, and we take them up as being under us. Because guess what? It used to be, and it still is, if you want it to be, it doesn't matter where you're born, it matters from who you were born. You think it matters more where you were born from than who you were born from. No, if I can prove that you were born from me and I don't declare myself to be a citizen of this corporation, but I'm a non-citizen national, right? If I'm not, so I say I'm in the world, but I'm not of it. So therefore, I'm not under your authority unless I step foot under something on my own dime or on my own decision. I decide to do something in your community, then you can't hold me accountable, which means if I decide not to have my child in your community, then that child is not under your jurisdiction. Now they got problems because people are starting to wise up. Wait a minute. If I can make sure on paper that you guys have to agree that how do you prove? He said, how do you prove it? Have people there, have them sign affidavits, take physical, make sure that you have videos of it, take pictures of it, print them out, make sure that you have a book, Make sure that even you go to an assembly, it might be a church or somewhere else, go to an assembly. When you go to the assembly, have your baby dedicated. If your baby's dedicated, the dedication in a lot of states even is considered to be just as great as having a birth certificate. I know in Illinois it is, for a fact, because I used to be part of a church back in the day where we did that. And I learned from the pastor that I was under that, yeah, if we stamp this baby's foot in ink and we put it on there and he puts his signature and the state recognizes his authority as a pastor, then guess what? Like that baby don't even need a birth certificate. So there are tons of ways that are out there. Once again, they have to allow you to be private. They try to make it almost impossible for you to become private, but you can be as private as you want, right? But there's a bunch of states where they do that. But either way, even if you don't have that, you can still take a picture, have affidavits, right? You can go before a judge. If somebody tries to say, oh, that baby was this, blah, blah, it's against the law, they have to have a birth certificate. No, Your Honor, it's not actually against the law. No child has to have a birth certificate right away when they're born. No child has to have a Social Security card for the entirety of their life. I decided that they don't need to do so. Then if the judge says, well, how can you prove it? Because the judge is just a trustee. The trustor is the person who wrote the law. You're trying to become the beneficiary. So you want the judge, who's the trustee, to listen to the trustor, the person who wrote the law, the manual, the mind of the creator of the law. And you want to talk to just say you're the beneficiary. How do you do this as the master? Because the judge might not comprehend what you're talking about. So you have to go to the judge and you have to say, Judge, no, Your Honor, I have affidavits here. Oh, well, your affidavits don't necessarily mean, that there's a stipulation or whatever. Well, that's true, Your Honor, but I have many different affidavits. I have many different witnesses here that were here, and I have the law that's on my side that says that I do not have to have my child be part of this false corporation. And since I'm signed off, since the child came from me, I got my DS-11 form done. Here we go. I got my DS-11 form done. I got my my passport taken care of to where I'm a citizen of the corporation, but I'm a non-citizen national, meaning that not only that, I don't have to pay taxes to it as long as I don't do anything that's benefit or privilege of the system. And therefore my child, they come from me. So just like I put on there that on my non-citizen, that as a non-citizen national, I do not come from the system. I was not born from people that come from the system, and I refuse to be that anymore. Well, I also have for my child was born from me, which means that anything that I carry that you signed off for me, and now you have to sign off for my child because they come from me. We just don't know how to speak like that, or we don't think that we're allowed to, because once again, you think that you think that you have to be public. As somebody who's public, you don't have the right to life and liberty and to a pursuit of happiness unless you're one of those people that they said they're fighting for. But if you are a private citizen, you have not only have the right to it, they have to protect you by the law because you live by a standard. Remember they said earlier in the first paragraph, they said that there was natural law, and they said there was the law of the creator of nature. Right? So they have to respect who you are. If you decide to not be under natural law and to be in their system, then you have to be governed by the public. If you decide that you are under natural law and the law of the creator, then they have to listen to you. We just don't know how to say that in court. We don't know that we can profess our faith and that your faith has to be lived by, because where do they come from? Remember, who did they disassociate themselves from? King George. Who was King George? King George was the Pope of Protestantism. So now that they're saying I'm done with the Pope of Protestantism, but we still want to be considered to have the same rights and rules as the Pope does, that means that they're saying every single person that is in their system has the right to be like a Pope. Well, if they can be like a Pope, and I say I'm a private citizen, so I'm not under your corporation. And so the same way that you say you're fleeing from tyranny, I'm not going to be under your tyranny. They have to give me the same right. But I can't act like I'm one of their people, because I'm not. I have to do it as a different type of person, a private citizen, a non-citizen national. Right? That's a lifestyle. That's a lifestyle. We have to live by that lifestyle. Every day you got to live by that. If your child is still going to a place to where you got to pay taxes to send a child, then you got to pay taxes to that. That's rendering Caesar's things to Caesar. Right? If you decide your child won't be in that, then you don't have to pay for that. If you decide your child has to have a birth certificate and a Social Security card, and they have to be born in the hospital, then you got to do what they say. For someone born abroad, you're already a non-citizen national. You might want to try to figure out if you haven't, so if you're born abroad, I don't know. If you're part of the system and you decide to become American, if you want a green card, that's a different conversation. But even if you try to do your green card thing, the most important thing would be to get your passport together and say that you're a non-citizen national now. right? Because you technically should be a non-citizen national. If you're not part of the system officially yet, if you haven't become an American citizen yet, then you already should be a non-citizen national. You should make sure your passport says that you're a non-citizen national, because a non-citizen national is somebody who's claiming I'm not part of the United States corporation. So make sure that that passport says it. Now, once again, you got to make sure you do it correctly. That's what we teach on it and stuff like that, because it's not as simple as just signing some paperwork. You have to make sure that you're very instructive in how you sign it. But once you're a non-citizen national, from that point on, you just keep saying you're a non-citizen national, and you keep making sure that you're not part of it. From that point on, your passport already demands that they treat you like a non-citizen national. If you're from another country, then you're already a non-citizen national, technically. All right, I don't know what the fight is about Anthony and all that stuff, but it's okay. Calm down. It's cool. Right? You said you became a naturalized citizen. Uh, so naturalized citizen. I would probably say that you need to get your DS11 updated. Then you need to get your non-citizen national. You said, how did that work? Well, really, we wouldn't have had any problem going into the Canadian border. We had a problem. I didn't mean to go to the Canadian border, so we weren't prepared. But really, the reason we didn't get into the Canada, because everything that we had was fine. They didn't say anything. The only problem that we had is one of us didn't have a passport, or didn't even have their ID with them at the time, because we weren't supposed to go somewhere completely different. So we actually had no problem except for one person out of the five of us. So had everybody had their stuff, we would have been fine. There wasn't one thing that actually happened. Now the guy tried to mess with us, and I spoke some stuff to him or whatever. And he didn't like the way I spoke, so he tried to like search us like a second time, because he didn't like us and he didn't like me. And he didn't like the fact that, like, Amma told him, that I was former military and this and that or whatever. He kind of changed his tune once you said that, but he still didn't like me or whatever. But I just stopped talking to him at that point. So I was probably not. I probably wasn't the nicest at that point, because I was trying to get back. We had a time zone. We had a time to get back to make sure we met up with everybody. But yeah, that actually had no problem. We could have went anywhere we wanted in Canada and been fine. Matter of fact, the guy told me straight up. He was like, "Oh yeah, you could have brought a weapon and everything with you." Like, the Canadian, the guy on the Canadian side, it was once we got there, they forced us to get searched off of some stuff. They smiled while they did it, but it was some dirty stuff. And then when we went back, the guy at the gate, he didn't like me and like my presentation or whatever. And even though we had proof and everything that was there, which he has the right to do, he's supposed to defend, the against all enemies, both foreign and domestic. But basically we basically fit the profile twice. So they did it in Canada, and then they did it again in America, like back to back. So it took us probably like an hour and a half to do something that could have easily been taken care of. But had everybody had their passports and everything when we went over, it wouldn't even been no problem. The guy told me, he was like, "Oh yeah, everything's been fine except you got one person." And so we had to go to their office, and they still were like, if you weren't in such a rush, because I was just trying to get back. They were like, if you weren't in a rush to get back, we probably could have let you come on in anyways. So I could have brought a weapon. I could have done whatever. They didn't care about all that. Obviously, with the weapon, you got to make sure it's registered still and everything, but they wouldn't have cared. So it wasn't a problem at all with that. But yeah, so anyways, getting back to this, I know this is we go longer on Sundays, but I'm not gonna what's the word? I'm not gonna like be overkill or anything like that. So I'm not gonna abuse that. I respect you guys' time. Thanks for being on. So let's keep on going real quick. So it says that the governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. We just talked about that. What's the next part say? Excuse me. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. We got a problem, because that just literally said that anytime your government is out of control and people feel like they're being mismanaged and stuff like that, that you as a people should have a right to be able to do what? To change everything up and come up with a whole new government. Why? Because you feel like there's effect on your safety, and you feel like there's an effect on what? Your happiness. Right? Problem with that is, though, is that you're not considered to be the people. So so you can't be mad. You see, this is why we can't be mad. We can't be frustrated. Like if on TikTok, YouTube, they take down our content and stuff all the time. I can't be mad. Why? Because I'm not the person that TikTok wants to represent. I can be frustrated when we go from, hey, we got 1,000 people on live, and then all of a sudden they bring it all the way down to 50 people. I can't be frustrated. Right? I can't be frustrated. Why? Because I comprehend, like, that's their system. Well, it's the same thing with the United States corporation. I'm not supposed to fit in as far as if I'm in their system. They don't count me as that. So unless I decide to become private and stop being part of their system where they have to look at me eye to eye, I can only take what they give me. And in their system, they straight up are telling me that my people are not the same. Right? They're saying that my culture is not supposed to be represented. You can be mad all you want, but there's a reason why, hey, somebody says we need to start talking about what happened to Black people more, and somebody says, oh, we're going to take that out of the curriculum now as a punishment. See, we only had a little bit in there before. Now we'll take out everything. We'll take out stuff about slavery, all this stuff, anything that makes us look bad because you opened your mouth. But they have every right to do so. Why? Because in this system that you want to be a part of, it says that you are not the people who get to have life, liberty, or even pursue happiness. It is not your unalienable right, because in the system you are. Your spirits and suits. Okay, that's. But a lot of people look at those suits and they don't treat you like spirits. So once again, right? Like, like we gotta get there and get to this place where we're gonna have honest dialogue. Of course, I believe that we're all spirits first. But if somebody looks at my suit and says, right, and I'm not disagreeing, which I know we're agreeing, but if somebody looks at my suit and says, oh, because your suit is different, I'm going to treat you different, then obviously they don't care about my spirit. Matter of fact, they think my spirit should be broken. Let's not get into Willie Lynch, right? When she says we should keep the body and take the mind, that means take away the spirit of the person, break the spirit down, but keep the body because you can use that. I'm sorry, what'd you say, Brother Vincent? You said, do you think Parler will allow me to speak now that Kanye owns it? I don't even know what Parler is, bro. You have to educate me. I'm sorry, babe. You said if you are a citizen of the United States Corporation, then you are property. You're prisoners. Yeah. And if you live as such, then you live as a prisoner. That's why prisoners, they have their entrails taken out in a state prison and nobody bats an eye. Nobody's marching. Nobody's saying, let's go to the prisons and march. Why? Because you go to the prisons and march, they'll shoot you. See, you think that you can march because governments will let you march. But see, the real people that own the government, they'll just shoot you. And the government will sit there and say, you shouldn't have been close to the prison. You can't bum rush a prison. Why? Because prisons have a whole bunch of weapons in there, and they kill people off in there, and they let people fight to the death in there. They don't have no problem. They let people get raped and all that stuff. Meanwhile, though, Southside Chicago, somebody gets shot. I can't believe that these Black people keep shooting each other. This Black on Black crime is getting out of control. And police officers watch it. I forget, I don't know if I took a picture. I meant to. I might not have taken it. Y'all forgive me if I didn't. I swear I was supposed to take a picture of something. I don't even know where the picture is. I was supposed to take a picture of something to show you guys. I think that's it. Hold up. I think I got it. No. It would have been after that. That's the Dred Scott case. I don't think I got it. Dang it. Darn it. Sorry, guys. I might have forgot to get it. There's a picture. If I can find it, there's like a picture of the Joe Rogan show. Up there it is. There it is. I wanted to share this with y'all real quick. It's something called mutual combats. Y'all ever heard of mutual combats before? Mutual combats. Thanks, babe. 11:11. Awesome. I saw it on both devices. Thanks, babe. All right. And love you so much. Have you ever heard of mutual combats before? Or mutual combat? That sounds like some Mortal Kombat stuff, don't it? You said, why I muted you? I didn't mute anybody. We have moderators that mute people, and I don't know if you said something that was or wasn't offensive or whatever. We try to make sure that this is a safe space, and there's certain things that we've been trained to do over time because of certain things. But if you didn't say anything that was wrong, sorry that you were muted, and feel free to come back in. But I haven't muted anybody today, or unmuted or blocked. I usually don't because I'm busy doing other things. That's why we have moderators that are a blessing to us. Thank you, though, for bringing that up. We appreciate you, and hopefully you'll be able to get past it. If you didn't say anything or whatever, we make a mistake. Okay. Well, once again, I didn't mute you, so I can't tell you about it. But hopefully you'll be forgiving. You don't have to forget, but hopefully you forgive. Nevertheless, we're talking about mutual combat, right? So mutual combat, mutual combat, mutual combat. So a lot of people don't know what mutual combat is, but you think that everybody has equal rights. It's all about domicile, the world, not of it. The connection is lagging. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm using a different type of setup. As you can see, I'm in a different place than I normally am. So I apologize about that. But a lot of y'all don't know about mutual combat. Now do some more research just to see what I'm wrong, because I'm not going to bring it up and go deep into it. It's just something the Holy Spirit brought upon me just now as we were talking. But mutual combat is something that basically says like you can have a duel, and you can fight each other with fists, even guns sometimes, even weapons, etc., of different magnitude, and the police might sit there and watch you do it. Like they might be like, hey, you know what, you guys, now I think state to state you got to look at the laws, right, differently. Some may or may not allow, but I know in Illinois they do. You know why I know that I learned about it off of this, and then I had to look it up. You know why I know that it's true that they do it in Illinois? The same police officers who tell you not to worry about this stuff, or the same people that were saying blue lives matter, the same people that were saying, black people are killing each other and stuff, but you don't want to talk about what the slave patrolmen and the police officers do in these places. Southside Chicago, same place that we have to keep bringing up, because everybody always brings this up as if like there's no police there and it's only black people to look over themselves, and the mayors always have their best interests at heart, right? But y'all ready for this? Here we go, right? Here we go. And I don't know why we're still arguing in the chat, but okay, whatever. Hopefully, like I said, hopefully you'll forgive even if you don't forget, but whatever. At the end of the day, mutual combat. Mutual combat. Here we go. Mutual combat. This is what happened with mutual combat. Oh, it's lagging that bad? We got a lot of people jumping off of YouTube. Okay, I didn't know it was lagging that bad. I don't know what else to do. But in mutual combat, this is how this went down. You ready? Mutual combat basically was like this. There were a group of people. I don't even know what year this is. I think it's somewhat recently. I'm not 100% sure. There were two gangs that decided they were going to have gang warfare. Unfortunately, not too uncommon. But this was one where it was going to be, a nice size, like tens of people, not hundreds or anything, but tens of people, representing different sides and shooting at each other. They start shooting in public. I believe two of the gang members died. One person was hit. I don't know if the person who was hit was a gang member themselves or if they were somebody, but they just start shooting in public at each other. And it just gang warfare, everything goes out. What they say is the police officers don't arrest anybody. They don't worry about it. They don't worry about helping with the bodies, any of it. You know why? Because they said it was mutual combat. Right? Mutual combat, meaning that it was okay for them. It was okay for them to kill each other. It was okay for them to shoot each other. It was okay for the police to just watch it like it never happened or act like it never happened because they just called it a duel. Why? Because it happened in a neighborhood where they don't consider them to be people. Like that's a truth. I didn't get that from a black source. Joe Rogan is not black. This is not Joe Rogan anyway. The person he's interviewing, I believe the other picture is Joe Rogan, just in case somebody wants to check me on it. I think the other picture I have is Joe Rogan. There you go. So this is all Joe Rogan show, right? Right. And he's like, man, mutual combat. Did you see that? And the guy's like, I don't know what mutual combat is. Right. And that's what I saw. I took a picture of both of them and I was like, man, we're going to have to talk about this at some point. Right. But that's what happened. It was mutual combat. Mutual combat, a law that says that we can let you do it. Now, the same people will say that, oh, black on black crime, this and that, or whatever, but the police are watching it. Just like the people in prison. When people in prison are killing each other and shivving each other and stuff like that, that happens in front of these, whatever I forget what you call them. I tried my best to forget what they position in, but these people that are up there in the prisons and stuff, they're supposed to be policing what's going on. That's what they're dealing with. That's what they're dealing with. Right? And here's the other unsaid part. Where do you think that they get the guns from? You don't think that the police get paid? You don't realize that, right? The police officer The wardens, thank you. The COs, yeah, most def, right? Correctional officers, right? Where do you think they get the guns from? When you talk about drugs and stuff in prison and stuff like that, you know it's the COs and the wardens and stuff like that. Like they got to be the people to let that in. They on the payroll. Fat Joe when he in prison, Joey the crack, right? Who you think let him get shoes that nobody else could wear in there? Mike Tyson when he's having sex in prison with the woman that's supposed to be like his lawyer or whatever. Yeah, he's having conjugal visits in his cell sometimes, or in the place to where they're supposed to go to make sure that they're taking care of his rights. Who you think let that get in? When they're selling drugs in the prison, people still getting high. Y'all be thinking people go to prison and they all gonna go there and at least they're finally they'll get over the drugs and stuff. They're still getting high. Those of you who like the modern Rick Ross, right? Even though he seems to be very slimy in a lot of ways that he lives his life. But the modern Rick Ross, not the original one, but the one that y'all like, the rapper or whatever, guess what he was doing? He was a CO. The same person telling y'all how he don't mess with the police and all this stuff. He was a CO. Wouldn't even admit it for years, even though people knew it, because he knew that if he admitted it, that he would be one of the people that's breaking the code. Because you can't talk bad about Tekashi 6ix9ine because he finally gave in to the C, or it gave the stuff up to the popo. He talked to the popo, but you got a popo that's out here rapping. You got a CO that's out here rapping. Where they do that at? Right, but you don't comprehend. He's controlled. You're not one of the people. All right, let's keep on going. We're starting to get closer to the end. I know it's Sunday, we go longer, but we still got to end. So, right? So it says these governments are instituted among men deriving from their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it and to institute new government, laying its foundations on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Now let's start from here. Prudence, indeed, will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes. So we should change it, but then they say, well, if it's light or transient, if it's something that we don't think is cool enough to change it, right? If it's not something that's powerful enough to look at as the people, that we won't worry about it. So you think when it says we the people, it's talking about you. You're not the people. All right. So they gave you a little hope. They said you should be able to change it, but you ain't really like, you're not really that important. And accordingly, all experience has shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. So it tells you, and this is the truth, by the way, this is nonsense. I don't think you should look at this as bad. You should realize that this is how they get people, right? It's telling you straight up that most men, most mankind, most men and women are not going, even when evil is around, they'd rather stay and be controlled by evil than fight for freedom. That's literally what it just said. And I ain't necessarily, that's not wrong. However, here's the next part. It says, but when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, right? Or despotism, excuse me. I don't know why I said despotism. I don't know what I was thinking about. Let's look up this word, by the way. Despotism is a system in which somebody exercises absolute power, especially in a cruel and oppressive way. Did y'all catch that? So despotism is talking about a system that is executing absolute power in a cruel and unfortunate manner. Are you in a system like that? Has this system that you lived in done anything that you could say is cruel and absolute power? Okay, so we should be able to change it according to the Constitution. Problem is, once again, you're not the people. Problem is, you're not the people. All right, so here we go. All right, so it says that you should be able to change it, but you're not the people. It says if you're dealing with absolute despotism, right, complete control and stuff, right, then what does it mean? It says it is their right. It is your right, supposedly, if you were the people. It is your right. And what else does it say? It is their duty. It is your duty to do what? It is your right and it is your duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their security. So it is our right and it is our duty if they consider us to be people. If you're public, in the public sector, you were considered to be less than a person, right? But in the private, you are a person. And if we're going to live privately, it is our right, hallelujah, and it is our duty. Hear what I'm saying? It is what? It is our right and it is our duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for our future security. Such has been the patient sufferance of these colonies, and such is now the necessity which constrains them to alter their former systems of government. The history of the present king, now they're talking about their king. The history of their king, King George of Great Britain, is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations. They had no problem with it, by the way, because George Washington and King George were boys. They were friends. They both had high class, women that had Negroid features but passed for white. They called them brunette or brunette. So they were boys. They were best friends. After the war, by the way, they would go back to being friends. See, you fought over something that they as people didn't have to fight for. They didn't care if you died. They didn't care if your family died. They didn't care if somebody wasn't going to have a child. Matter of fact, the only reason why King George eventually came after George Washington is because they kept being disobedient to the crown. And George Washington tried to write a letter with the rest of these founding fathers saying, hey, okay, we were just playing. We'll get it together. Our bad. And King George was like, no, I'm not even going to listen to that. And when they realized he wasn't going to listen, that's when they decided to fight. They put your lives on the line so that they would be able to live as the people King George was coming from. He wasn't coming for all the poor people. He knew the poor people were just doing what the people who were supposed to be under him, the lords weren't doing what they were supposed to do. He was coming looking to kill the lords because he was tired of it. That's what he was coming to do, was to kill the lords. Not the poor folk, not the indentured servants, not the slaves. They need y'all. But they don't need people who's too uppity for them. That's why George Washington and them fought. You think they fought because they were brave. They fought because their life was on the line. They had no choice. And they didn't fight ultimately. I'm not saying they never win any battles, but they didn't ultimately fight. They had you fight. And they still do the same thing today. Ultimately, Russia and America ain't got no beef. They do business together. China and America ain't got no beef. They do business together. America ain't got no beef with the Federal Reserve. They do business together. Right? But they'll get you to fight when they mess up so bad that somebody says, where's my stuff at? And they say, oh, here's some slave work. Here's some birth certificates. We don't have no gold and silver anymore. We already gave you all their gold and silver. We had you in the early 1900s. We had all the people sell us their gold and silver, and then we sold it to you guys, and you guys gave us, like 4 times what they gave it to us, so we were able to make a little more. We don't have any more of that, but here's some people. Here's their birth certificates. Make them slaves. And the private corporation say, okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Right? They pull up on them. Break yourself, fool. That's how I don't have any more gold and silver. I gave it to you, but here's people's birth certificates. You fight, you work, you be the slave. Private corporations, they continue to do what they do. Rich folk continue to live how they live. Then they tell you to fight over black and white. Isn't that interesting? Right? But it says we have the right, if we're going to be on our own, it says we as people who are on our own, not people who are going to wait for the system to give. Thank you, Minister. Not just people who are from the system. It says that you who are going to be free of the system, it is your right and it is your duty to throw off such a government and to provide new guards, put new things in place to guard yourself. That means new laws for your future security. Such has been the patient sufferance of these colonies. They said we suffered patiently from the king and all this, and we had to do the same thing for ourselves. Right? And then they start to list things that they said that the king did that was so terrible. I'm going to skip all those, though. Matter of fact, we should read some of those. Praise y'all. We got a little bit of time. Let's read some of these. I'm not going to read all of these on this list. Let's read some of these, because this is why they said they left. It said he has refused to assent to laws the most wholesome and necessary for public good. Are they making laws that are great for the public? Has the gut has they gave you a, and I'm not mad at it. They should have stop Asian hate bill. How long have you been asking for a stop black hate bill? They told you your lives don't even matter. Got mad at you because you said your lives did. I ain't mad at the stop Asian hate bill. The only thing I'm mad about is if you give them that, why won't you give something for my people that says you won't hang our women? Why is it that just in 2021 and in 2022 you finally came up with laws that said that it's bad and it's a federal crime to hang somebody from a tree? Let's look at some more of these. This is the reason why they said that they had to get rid of this tyrannous, this tyrannical, uh, corporative type kingdom that was over them. So they say. They said that, let's see, he has refused for a long time after such dissolutions to cause others to be elected, whereby the legislative powers incapable of annihilation have returned to the people at large for their exercise, the state remaining in the meantime exposed to all dangers of invasion from without and convulsions within. Problem with this is we've been talking about these today. And consuls, praetors, quaestors, promagistrates, aediles, tribunes, censors, and governors, all of them are part of the same family, which means you ain't voting nobody in anyways. Your vote doesn't count because you only vote for who they put up in front of you. Some of y'all remember when I gave the example. I don't remember if it was yesterday or the day before. We gave the example of the person who basically was a slave owner. His slaves started revolting. And so what did he do? He brought his cousin in and he brought somebody else and they acted like they could vote in their slave master. The slave masters made them do the same thing, but every 4 years they'd have a vote. So everybody thought it was cool. Or every year or something like that, they have a vote. Everybody thought it was cool, but they were still doing the same work. You just had a different slave master. And both the slave masters worked for the same system. And they told people don't run away because you don't know if another slave master will be better than yours. Just like when they say, if you don't like it here, you can go back to Africa, as if there's not African nations that have it, that don't have it better than here. As if there's not European nations that aren't better than here. There's a bunch of people that are former Americans that have been living in Mexico for a while now because they tired of America. You think that Mexico's worse. And you go, Mexico's worse because, they got crime lords and stuff like that down there. They got crime lords and stuff up here. The only difference is down there in Mexico, they don't mess with it. Like if I'm a crime lord, let me just be in my house. And if I got to shoot you, I'll shoot you from, my house. Over here, they shoot you from Congress. Thank you, Sal. Appreciate it. Over here, they'll push a button in the White House. Down there, the guy just says, hey, he makes a call from his house. Both of them still tyrants. Yeah, we were here first for sure, right? What's some other things that they said? They said this king had obstructed the administration of justice by refusing his assent to laws for establishing judiciary powers. In other words, you won't let us judge ourselves, but you won't let us judge ourselves. All right, Hefton, take care of yourself, right? Like you won't let us. You talk bad about what's going on in Miami, but you don't let us take care of our people. You talk bad about what's going on in the hood, but the hood doesn't get to be over its own people. Let me feed my people. Why my people got to go to the Chinese joint for their own food? Why they got to go to the Chinese joint for chicken? By people who aren't going to make chicken the way that we make chicken. And then we can't figure out why, we can't eat. We're eating stuff that's killing us. You ain't eating your own food no more. Why can't we have a place if you make a ghetto, right? And you say you got to have us in the hood or whatever, you got to have us in a project. Why don't we have a place in the project where we grow our own food? Where we have our own animals, if that's what we eat, and if we have our own food, why don't we get a whole plot of land that's just for growing food? Right? But they're saying that's why we had to leave. Watch this. Let me pull your attention. Let me show you once again. You're not the people. Let me bring your attention to something. This is one of the reasons why they said they had to get rid of. They had to fight for their independence. You ready? It says he has constrained King George has constrained our fellow citizens, taken captive on the high seas to bear arms against their country, to become executioners of their friends and brethren, or to fall themselves by their hands. So they're blaming him because they kill each other. Sound like white on white crime, but they don't call it that there. We only say that's for black people. Here's another one right behind it. He has excited. They said the king has made people excited. He has excited domestic insurrections amongst us and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers, the merciless Indian savages. This is written in your Declaration of Independence. They obviously ain't talking about you, native, because you ain't just African, you native too. All right. So what did they say about you? That the king has excited domestic insurrections amongst us, or amongst them, and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers, the merciless Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. Wow. Now somebody help me. Somebody help me, please. Help me make sense of this. Help me. Somebody help me make sense of this. This is your Declaration of Independence, but you say this is for everybody. Problem with this is, you say this is for everybody. Problem is, though, you said that one of the reasons you needed to break away from King George is because you believe that King George is the one who excited. In other words, he got native indigenous folk to start having insurrections amongst them. Now, King George, by the way, never came to the colonies of America. So he never talked to a native. He never told his armies to go and make sure that they were, well, from time to time, I guess. But he ain't really do it like these Americans were. George Washington, during the war for independence, right? This war that they're talking about for independence, he would fight and kill off natives and take some of his manpower away from fighting against the Europeans. He was winning when he had the slaves who were part native too. He was winning when he had them fighting against the British, right? Even though he himself is British, but whatever. But then when he realized that the slaves might want some freedoms if they kept fighting, he made it illegal for them to fight and got into a longer fight than he needed to. This is in your Declaration of Independence. But they said King George was more detrimental than George Washington. Benjamin Franklin. Let's look at this. Andrew Jackson, right? Even though he's more 1812 celebrity or whatever, right? Or is he? Hold on, let me get myself. He's not 1812. I'm sorry, I'm going too far. But hold on, wait a minute. George Washington was twice, so that's 8 years. So let's do what? The latest is 1791. So let's just give him 1791, right? So you dealing George Washington, what, 1799 or 1797? I don't know. I'm gonna just do 99. So George Washington. Then you had Adams. So we're dealing with 1803-ish. 1803-ish. Then you have Thomas Jefferson. You're dealing with 1811-ish. Oh, no, I'm right. Okay. Yeah. So Andrew Jackson is more like War 1812 fame and stuff like that, right? But you got to realize that, so Andrew Jackson, he's somebody who does what? He goes to he gets his arm shot. And the way that they dealt with that, as far as Western medicine, they're just going to chop his arm off. He goes to the natives, the same people they're already killing off. And the natives are like, well, maybe they'll treat us as human beings if we actually heal them. So they heal his arm, and he doesn't have to get it cut off. He gets the use of it, everything. What was their thanks? That Andrew Jackson later on would make sure that those people were killed off and enslaved. Right? But they said it was King George who was doing it. George Washington is killing off natives all up and down, all over the place while he's supposed to be fighting the British and can't even win. We just do this thing, oh, it was cold and it was winter, they didn't have enough men and they weren't getting shoes and blah, blah. You were busy fighting people you weren't even supposed to fight because you hated them that much. Same George Washington that would come to his black / native slaves, right? African slaves, and would rip teeth out of their mouth until he finally got it together with his, dentist, that they were able to finally come up with some actual, ivory whites, not pearly whites, but ivory whites. But it was King George who was more oppressive. You see what I'm saying? They're lying. This is your Declaration of Independence. If you still want to be part of the system, at some point, why won't we tell the truth? Somebody help me. Like, at some point, why won't we just tell the truth? It's because these consuls are out here. They're doing whatever they can to get voted in by the people. You're not the people. They don't work for you. They work for corporations. Once again, what's the definition of capitalism? I have to say this over and over again until people get this. Capitalism is a system in which politics and economics are used to control trade and industry. Trade and industry is wielded by the private corporation and not the state. People are not put in prisons because you need to be protected from them. People are put in prisons because they need to make your clothing. People are not put in prisons because you need to run away from them. People are put in prisons because they need to make your shoes. People are not put in prison because there's not enough food to go around. People are put in prison so that they can make the clothes for those that serve you fast food. People are not put in prison because because there's no need for these people to be able to be out on the street. People are put in prison because they have a mandatory percentage that they have to have out there, which is why these police officers are having are making sure that they put a certain percentage of people in prisons, because the state has a contract with the prisons that say that we need to be 95, 96, 97, 98, 99% full. And if we're not, you're going to pay a penalty as a community. And so that you don't get in trouble, they don't get in trouble with you. They say, okay, we don't want you to know that we paid more of your taxes to the prisons, so we'll go ahead and just make sure that we arrest a certain amount of people and have enough people in prison at certain times during the month. Guilty or not, yep. Right? But they'll tell you that, hey, it's because of some foreign thing. It's because of we're fighting against the Russians. What the Russians got to do with police officers beating the brakes off people? Well, it's because black people, they're all drug dealers and they do black on black crime. What's that got to do with the fact that you allowed people to shoot each other and call it mutual combat? You let young people kill themselves in public and could have killed anybody else that was around, and you just call it mutual combat and say that you allowed it to happen. It was a duel. You know what I'm saying? But here in their Declaration of Independence, it's the king who excited domestic insurrections amongst us. In other words, the people who are here, they think that this land belongs to them, and we treat them correctly, but these people got excited by the king. No, you treat them like savages. You know how? Because let me read the whole thing. You said King George has excited domestic insurrections amongst us and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers the merciless Indian savages. That's what you call them. That's what you think. By the way, what does sauvage mean en français? Because you guys don't be believing me when I tell you 40% of the English language is French, right? Sauvage or savage en français, it literally means wild. So you said that these are wild people. They're not civilized. They're wild. They're like animals. They need to be broken as such. And we would have left these animals alone, just like we would have left the buffalo alone. Oh, wait a minute, we didn't do that. Well, we would have left the California, grizzly bear alone. Oh, wait a minute, we didn't do that. We would have left the gophers alone and stuff like that live in the prairie. Oh, wait a minute, we didn't even do that. Well, we would have left the wolves alone and stuff like, wait a minute, we killed them off too. Right? But we would have left the savages, these people, alone. Well, wait a minute, we didn't do that either, because we look at them the same. You hear what I'm saying? We look at them the same. Of course, we messed them up and messed them over and use smoke and mirrors and all this stuff. Of course we did, because we look at them as savages. We don't even have enough respect to call them what they are. We call them Indian, because Christopher Columbus lied in his journal and said that he wanted to tell people he was coming to India. That's how crazy this is, that he said, say that we came to see Indians. And y'all believe that stuff, even though when Christopher Columbus came over to the Americas for the first time, when he was taught by Africans how to get over there in the current, he came over and he already knew where India was. How you gonna know where India was and you knew it was in the Far East? That's why you have East and Far East and Middle East. They already knew where these places were. How do you know where India is, and somehow, some way, you ended up in the land of Asheroth, which is where you said you were going, based upon 2nd Esther chapter 13, verses 40 through 45 in the Apocrypha that they tell you not to read, even though Christopher Columbus, Queen Isabel, and the Pope that sent them for slaves all knew where the land of Asheroth was, according to Scripture. But no, this stuff isn't biblical. They weren't separating themselves by this. It's not about religiosity. Yeah, it is. Right? Who you talking to? See, at one point you were talking to somebody ignorant, but you ain't talking to ignorance no more. You talking to somebody that has information, that has the intel. My intelligence is greater than what it used to be, and I will not allow somebody that won't study to try and tell us that we don't know what we're talking about. They called you an Indian savage, even though you're not even from India. Tell me how in the world you won't even recognize who I am as a human being and where I come from, but you're telling me that you think that I'm the savage. I'm the one that's wild. Come on. It's right there. So they said you were Indian savage. They said whose known rule of warfare. So known, they know this about you. They said we know about you, about your warfare. What is an indistinguished destruction of all ages, or undistinguished, excuse me, destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. They'll kill you no matter what. Problem with this is Saint Christopher Columbus that got y'all calling us, Indians, is the same Christopher Columbus that had men hitting babies in the heads with hammers because he wanted to save money on bullets. Who are you talking to? You see what I'm saying? And people say, oh, he's getting mad. No, no, no. I'm getting animated because I'm passionate about this, because I want my people to know that the time is up for the foolishness that says we got to keep bowing down to a system that's been lying about us since they said that you were independent, when they said that you were a savage, when they said that you were bond. They called you bond. They didn't even have the decency to call it what it was, slavery. They said that this is for the bond and the slave. This is why when the people left for the Confederacy, you look up what Georgia and South Carolina and Texas and I think Florida and a couple others, right? Look up out of all these states that left. They weren't talking about states' rights when they left. They said that we're leaving for slavery because chattel slavery is great for the bond and the free. That means the slave and the person that's supposed to be free. Well, guess what? That's what they said when they wrote the Declaration of Independence and they wrote the Constitution. This is for the bond and the free, which means that when they're talking about the people, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. You are the bond. You are not a man because you are not free. And women, you didn't even have rights, even if you were their women, because in their society, women were just supposed to be there for breeding purposes. So why are you still trying to hang on to a society that doesn't want you? This is what you need to be released from. I'm not passionate about this because I'm mad at anybody. I'm passionate because look, somebody has been passionate for thousands of years to tell you that you ain't nothing. Why should I not be passionate for a couple minutes to make sure that you recognize who you are? Right? I'm not fighting hate with hate, right? But I am passionate about what I fight for. That's love for your people. People want to say it's passion, you hate, you this and that. I'll go with it to a certain extent. I'll become as great as I can, and I need to become greater every day at being more patient and more kind and more loving. But I'm not going to act like I shouldn't be passionate about people wanting to be free. Right? Thank you for the love. I'm not making that connection. I'm not going to disconnect from passion. Like that don't make sense. If my son needs his father to knuckle up and start swinging, then I'm ready to knuckle up and start swinging. I don't care if it's 100 to 1. I'm going to be passionate about. I need to be more passionate about 100 to 1 than if it's 1-on-1. Right? And we dealing with 100 to 1 odds. However, we know we're going to be more than conquerors. But it's going to take some heart. The word heart in Hebrew, heart and passion. They're the same word. You got to have heart for this and passion for this, because somebody had a passion to hold you down. It's this Roman government that has you believing that this is anything other than a kingdom. I don't care if they call it a republic. I don't care how many times you pledge allegiance to a republic, right? It's a kingdom. Just because there's not one monarch doesn't mean it's not a kingdom. A king and queen rule together. It doesn't mean that it's not a monarchy. You hear what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't mean it's not a monarchy. Love Elohim with all the heart. That's all the passion. And all your soul. That's all your psychology. And all your mind. That's all your spirit. And all your strength. That's what the Holy Spirit is placed within us. And the power that you have within you that comes from something greater than yourself. We are more than conquerors. It's already guaranteed. It's done. At this time, it's not about the faith. It's about putting the work in, knowing that you've already conquered. Or you've already done more than conquer. Conquering is not even on your level. And these people know that about you. These people know that about you. They literally wrote law. We just read a little. I didn't read the whole Declaration of Independence. I could. I really want to, but but it's not for us today. You hear what I'm saying though? Like, they have these things here where they tell you why they left, and they're doing the same things that they left for. And they told you, though, that they would. Why? Because they said we want to be equal to him. Yeah, we have him on YouTube, on the YouTube channel, right? They said we want to be equal to King George. We want to be equal to England. We want to be equal to the oppressors. We don't get to oppress on the same level. This is why people have a hard time with feminism. And I'm not trying to say that all feminists even know this, but this is why people have a hard time with feminism, because Gloria Steinem, she was sent by the CIA. She's sent by the very patriarchy that you say you fight against. Feminism is not your fight. Feminism is about one wife fighting against her husband. You hear what I'm saying? It's the same thing. You're seeing it as a family thing, not realizing these are consuls. This is the white man, white woman fight. And somehow, some way, we got involved in it, and they trying to get black men and black women to sign up for something. That's not my fight. If you want to fight for all women, then stop being a feminist, because feminists are only fighting for those who were protected in the first place. The feminist movement says, hey, what you as white men have, we should have the same rights. Well, guess what? My women ain't had that right yet. So let me keep fighting for her. You go ahead and fight for stuff. See, you mad because you didn't get to go ahead and tell people that they could be killed, but you sat there and watched the bloodshed. That's why they had to make up laws for you, to protect you. That's why they literally had to make up laws, because there were too many babies dying, because white women, and I'm using the social construct white, right? But white women were tired of seeing their husbands sleeping around with these slaves that weren't even supposed to be humans. They were supposed to be savages, and they saw them having children with them that looked like them, and these children would come to serve their children, and they'd serve them. They get tired of it, and they would beat them to death. And so, since they were killing so many, they had to come up with the Casual Killing Act to be able to make sure that they could kill off those children. You were killing the children because you didn't like the fact that your husband was having them, and you were supporting your husband, who was the one that was having them. And finally you got tired because you thought if you hung in there long enough, he would treat you like an equal, but he didn't give you what he promised you either. But that's not my fight. You hear what I'm saying? That's not my fight. I get why you're upset about it, because y'all had a contract that's not my contract. You hear what I'm saying? You had a contract that's not my contract. I never had that contract to where I was trying to rape our women. I never had a contract where it was okay to kill our children. Right? And their blood, just like, that's a great point. And their blood, just like Canaan's blood, it cries out from the ground and has conversation still to this day. And because I want to recognize that conversation is going on, you're mad about that conversation. That's why I can't fight for everybody, because I know that your fight is not my fight. If you can fight harder for women's rights, which is really your rights, than you will for Emmett Till, you'll fight harder for that than you will for Trayvon. You'll fight harder for that than you will for us to have land and opportunity. If you'll fight harder for that than you will for the most educated woman on the planet, who is also the most underpaid woman on the planet, then I ain't got time for it right now. Matter of fact, I will never have time for it, because I can't fight for the murderer who's fighting against the murderer, because I think that both of y'all are murderers. Thank you for the love. Appreciate it. And they don't want to hear us talk like that. See, that's when you talk with authority. That's when you talk as authorized. See, I can talk your language. I can talk your law. I can talk on your level. I can speak it. You trained me how to do it. You forced me to have to learn that before I learned myself. Even when I knew where I came from, you still forced me to learn you before I learned myself. My own parents thought that it was more important for me, even though they knew where I came from, to learn you before I learned myself. Why would I keep, you see what I'm saying? Why would I keep going to somebody who's shown that that's your curriculum, so to speak? That's your process. That's your thought process. That's your mindset. Why would I trust my marriage in your behalf? You thought that you didn't even want me to be married. I had to jump over a broom and lie to you. And still, after I jumped over the broom, I had to watch my bride be raped by you. And I had to watch her go into a breeding camp, to where, right, in a breeding room, where she had to have a bag put over her head. And sometimes she'd have to have sex with her own son. And you called her mother effer. Our fighting's the same. Our fighting's the same. Now, I'm not saying that I never forgave you, because I couldn't live and hold on to that every day. So I forgave it, right? And I'm not saying that all of you want to do the same thing. And I'm not saying that every white person with social construct ever existed, did the same thing. I am here to tell you, though, that if you're going to act like it never existed, and that it doesn't affect people on all sides of diasporas till this day, then you're being dishonest, and I don't have time for that. Well, we just finished reading out of the Declaration of Independence. But now I'm just kind of speaking off the dome again, right? But I'm here to tell you, like, these things are in there. And you think they're talking about everybody. They're not talking about everybody. They're not talking about us. 3/5 compromise, it means you were 0% of a human. That's why they only had to pay 60% of property tax on you in the South and 40% of property tax in the North. You hear what I'm saying? Like, we're having a conversation talking about, oh yeah, everybody, this was for everybody. And the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the Constitution, it's a democracy. Democracy is not even in the Constitution, nor is it in the Declaration of Independence. James Madison told y'all that he was frustrated. He knew that y'all were going to think that democracy was some real thing and that it was for everybody. And it's not. It's not. He was mad. He was like, if y'all keep thinking this, they're going to think that they have the right to vote and stuff. He was like, y'all going to mess this up. This isn't for everybody. And that's why I know it's not going to be for everybody to hear, because some people are stuck on that, right? Don't even realize you're an elitist. You say you hate the elite, but you're an elitist because you listen to the elite. And the elite, yes, it's true. They don't care about race, but that they want you to care about race. Yeah, originally, as far as voting and a lot of these rights, yeah, they were for white land-owning men only. And even a lot of them didn't still get to vote. See, so we even have a context of this. We don't realize it's always about the elitist. Law is not written to give you rights. Stop talking about your rights. You need to know law that protects your rights. And if there are not laws where you live that protect your rights, then it says in your Declaration of Independence that you should have the right, and it should be your duty to separate and create new guards and a new system for yourself. And that's the problem that we have, is that you don't want to let go of the system. You want the freedom, but you want to stay in the same system. This system is not designed for your freedom. This system is not designed for freedom. It's not a free domain. It's not even designed for wisdom. It's not a wise domain. It's easier to remain dumb or you know what? I'm going to use the term. If the shoe fits, wear it. If it doesn't, take it off. Because I used to be stupid. I used to be ignorant. So hear what I'm saying. All right. I'm not trying to call you out. I'm trying to say, like, it's harder. I used to try and stay in a place where I remained stupid and ignorant, to try and say, let's make America work. Let's change this. Let's fight for everybody. We can save the world. No, you can't. That's not what this is about. It's not about that. I know somebody told you that, and I know it sounds great. I know it sounds great that every child would have this, and there'll be a chicken in every pot, and all this stuff that they used to say, and all these different terms that they used to use throughout the story of mankind. At the end of the day, like, they are trying, the same people that have been trying to control you, they're still in control. When you realize that there's no such thing as a white person, you'll start looking at somebody's heart, right? And you'll start trying to say to yourself, why is somebody trying to identify with something that doesn't even exist? Who taught them that they had to be white? Who taught you that you had to be underwhite? Who taught you that? You see what I'm saying? Like, you got to realize that. Who taught you that the polar bear had white fur, even though they know that a polar bear doesn't have white fur? Because there's no such thing as white. Who told you they had to shed their skin when the reality is that their fur was always dark underneath? And that their fur is clear, and when it gets dark outside, their fur simply reflects what it looks like outside. Right? Like, this stuff that's known. Who told you that you have to have, see, this is romantic stuff. Who told you had to have the mindset of the wolf, be the lone wolf? What wolves do you know that are alone? Come on, guys. Come on, brothers. I know some of y'all done heard that before. The lone wolf, right? Or I got to be the alpha wolf, the leader of the pack. Who told you that wolves were Greek? Who told you that alpha came before Aleph? Do you even know the difference of what I'm saying? Oh, it's the alpha female and the alpha male, and the female. Then you got women. See, now we're going into feminism. Now somebody comes along with the feminist movement and says we're going to start teaching in school. Oh yeah, it's really the female that's over the pack. No, it's not. All wolf packs basically have a mother and father duo that are at the top, and they hold on to power, and then they give it over. Once they basically get ready to pass on or whatever, then the next strongest people on there, or they allow another female or another male from outside the pack to come in, and then somebody else becomes the most powerful. Right? There is no such thing as an alpha female or alpha male. That's something that y'all came up with, or your system that you're part of. But the wolf pack thing came from what? Came from Greco-Roman mentality. Rome, they believed that Remus and Romulus, the people who started off Rome, they believed that Remus and Romulus were brothers. They believed that either they were raised by wolves, or some versions even say they were born of wolves, whatever. But they believed they were raised by wolves, and they were raised by wolves, and then that Remus eventually killed off Romulus. Because, Romulus eventually killed off Remus, right? Because in their mind, right, that's what a wolf does, kills off each other. Now, wolves don't do that in nature, but they're not about natural law. They're about something else that has fallacy in it. So, and you've had people until recently, until like the last 10 years or so, that were literally teaching in classes that you have to realize that there's alpha wolf and this and that or whatever, and there's beta and blah, blah, and all this stuff or whatever. Look, in everybody's family, everybody's got a role to play, but it doesn't mean, like, I got a child, but my child's not less important to the family than my wife, right? Like, I wouldn't just be like, my child can go ahead and die, and I'm not gonna feed my child so that my wife can be. Of course I wouldn't say that. That's stupid. That's foolish. Yeah, Mowgli in the Jungle Book, especially the new version of the Jungle Book. A lot of people haven't even read the Jungle Book. Read the whole Jungle Book, and you'll see it's about manifest destiny. That's what Rudyard Kipling was all about, right? But even when people say survival of the fittest and all that, we're talking about something that's Linnaean. What did Carl Linnaeus wrote? Carl Linnaeus is the person who wrote stuff about races being species, and these different races were different types of species, right? Of human beings. White were this, red was this, yellow was this, black was this. Then you get, why am I forgetting his name? Charles Darwin. Right, and Charles Darwin, who writes a book to expound on what Linnaeus said, and he writes a book called what? Once again, The Origin of Species: The Theory of Evolution, by I I'm missing the title. By means of something. I might have to pull it up. I don't know why I'm having a problem with this. By means of something, or the preservation of favorite races in the struggles for survival for life.
Natural selection.
Thank you. By means of, my wife came out. By means of natural selection. Right. So that's part of that's the title of the book. Right. That's the title of the book. The title of the book is talking about the origin of species by means of natural selection. And then, or what is it? If you don't get that semicolon, if you don't realize what natural selection means, it says that this is what it means. It means by preservation of favorite races and the struggle for life. And then if you look it's written in 1859, and you look in the parentheses, it says it's backed up by those that are royalty. It's backed up by those that are supposed to be geologists. And it's backed up by those that are supposed to be Linnaean. Right? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I might have skipped that. It's written in 1859, right? So there's a book that you can see it. It's spelled Linnaeus. I believe it's spelled Linnaeus or Linnaeus. Carl spelled Carl. If you Google it, it'll pop up. Oh, butterfly. Oh, okay. Yeah. But we don't realize it, right? We're coming from a Greco-Roman mentality. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a Greco-Roman mentality. That's what we're dealing with. It's a Greco-Roman mentality. That's it. That's exactly what you're dealing there. And you're dealing in something that is very, once again, what were we talking about earlier today? Talking about the platonic relationships, Plato, where Plato said that the worst relationship is between a husband and a wife. The best relationship is between a 40-something-year-old male and a 12-year-old boy. Right? That's where you think your alpha stuff comes from. That's why you think you should dominate each other. That's why they let people do heinous things, man to man, to each other in prison. And female to female, too. There's just aren't as many females in prison as there are men, but they do female to female, too. My wife said, as a biologist, I can tell you natural selection is discussed ad nauseum. Yep. Over and over and over again, everything is natural selection. But they don't tell you natural selection is about preservation of favored races and the struggle for life. And it comes from Carl Linnaeus. Oh, it's okay. It's different. Sorry, somebody got it for me. Linnaeus, Linnaeus. Sorry. That right? Yeah, I keep saying it, but sometimes it's better for y'all to see it because it's a long title. They only give you part of the title. I don't know if I still have it. I got so many pictures; it's hard to keep up. So I might not have those same pictures anymore. I can only bring up so many pictures off of this on the live. But see if I can find it still. If I still got it on here. Looks like I might. I know about. Oh no, I might. I don't know if y'all can still see me or not. Hopefully you can. I'm scrolling through on the thing. I can't see the screen at all. But let me see. There we go. All right. So that's the title, full title of the book. And really, this isn't even the full title. It should say the origin of species, the theory of evolution. But we'll leave it right here. This is the book that everybody uses for evolution for the most part. Some people will say, oh, well, there was this guy, that guy, blah, blah. For the most part, there's 6 types of evolution. Most people are only talking about the 5th type of evolution. And if you're talking about the 5th type of evolution, this is what you're talking about, right? This is the book that made it, where it all went down. Once again, it's the origin of species by means of natural selection or the preservation of favored races in the struggle for life. It's written by Charles Darwin, MA, which is interesting because Charles Darwin only had 1 degree, and it was not him being an MA or anything. His degree that actually came from school, which is fairly paid for, his bachelor's degree is actually in preaching because he was a Christian. But Charles Darwin, MA, it says what? Fellow of, that means he's supported by what? Royalty of the Royal, Geological, and Linnean, etc. societies. In other words, royal societies, they back up what he has to say. Geological societies, they back up what he has to say. And I'm sorry, hold on. And Linnean societies, people that believed in race and stuff like that, they believe in what he had to say. And it says that it was written when? 1859, right? There you go, right? I'm sorry.
I'm not sure what I found this today.
What you, huh?
Giant football. I'm sure it's sleep. I couldn't tell.
A giant what?
Football. Mushroom.
Oh, it's a mushroom?
Yeah.
Okay, my wife wants to show a mushroom.
Oh, yeah, I can show them.
Oh, you show me?
Oh.
Where can I put this one? Put it in the chairs? Or put it...
In the chair? I'm going to take it back inside.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, here's my wife, when it's, oh, wow, it's pungent. This is a giant mushroom, apparently. What is it called again?
Giant puffball.
Oh, okay. This is a puffball, yeah. So a giant puffball mushroom. You never seen one. So they can grow to this size. There you go. I'm not 100% sure what they're for or everything, but
I'm gonna cook it.
Okay, so there you go. It's gonna be cooked. Oh, you said you want to see? Okay, hold on. Did you see it? I thought y'all saw it, or maybe you're behind me in the words. There you go again. This is the inside. This is the size of it. See, it's bigger than my head, even with my hair. It's bigger than my head.
Are we sure?
Well, I mean, I do have a big dome piece. So puffball, and she said she's gonna cook it. So I guess I'm looking forward to those things. Amen.
It doesn't have that much of flavor. People equate it to like tasting like mozzarella cheese.
Oh, okay.
Fresh mozzarella.
Okay, so it tastes kind of like mozzarella, so not much flavor to it or whatever. So there you go. I don't know where obviously she found it. I guess she found it in the yard somewhere. I don't know. But you see what I'm saying? You got a lot of those things that are going on, right? So you have all these different things that are happening. And that's what I'm trying to say is, in all these different things, I don't even know how to describe the smell. Smells like, I mean, I don't know how different mushrooms smell. So for me, I would say it smells like mushrooms, but mushrooms kind of all have the same smell to me or whatever. Yeah, that one's safe to eat. You got to cook it correctly though. Okay, my wife said it smells. Oh, so it smells like cheese. All right, to me it smelled like mushroom, but she said it smells like cheese. My smelling's not always the best. My smell receptors are not the greatest, in all honesty. So I'm not sure. I guess she said it has a little nutty smell to it as well. Okay, cool. Right. So, but those are a lot of things that are going on. So you have a lot of people who are dealing with those things. And once again, you have a lot of different stuff that's going on with those items. And, and at the end of the day, we have to realize and recognize what time it is for us to be able to come out of these things. Right. Even something like that, like think about the fact, if you could forage for your own mushroom. Okay, it smells a lot. See, that's what I was thinking. I don't think of portobello smelling like cheese. So she said the mushroom smells a lot like portobello. I would say, yeah, it smells like portobello. I know some people say portobello is bad or whatever, but I think if you cook it correctly, it's fine. But yeah, so so there you go, right? We think of mushrooms being a small thing or whatever, but once again, our knowledge, our culture, that's even an example. My wife was able to go ahead and just go outside, forage for something, right? That's right there, and a lot of people would look at it and maybe be like, what's that, or ill, or blah blah, but that's great eating. So that's something later on that we wouldn't even have to search for, we wouldn't have to look for, right? We wouldn't have to buy. Think about how big that was, size of my head, right? Like, you get a lot of these things you're paying, for a box or something. Maybe if it's cheap, you're paying what, $3, $4, something like that nowadays for mushrooms. Maybe less than that, I'm not sure, right? And your whole, or maybe you get, the big portobello mushrooms where they're, kind of big, but they're still like that. I mean, you had a whole something bigger and wider, height, width, and depth bigger than the size of my head, right? Like that's eaten for a long time, you know, and grows right there in your yard. So that's what we're trying to talk about, is like we're into this romantic government, and the government would tell you that you need to buy that rather than you realize how to make that. Or heck, I mean, you guys know some of this. I don't know. This is going off the rails a little bit. Well, not off the rails. This is going off topic a little bit. You guys know you can buy like mushroom boxes, right? Or you can take mushrooms if you can find them, right? Find some mushrooms. Make sure you know your mushrooms. So you probably want to buy them. But you could buy a mushroom box and just make sure that you basically make sure that it's wet and keep it in a dark spot somewhere, and make sure obviously it's somewhere protected where it won't spore all over the place if you're going to keep it indoors. And you can grow your own mushrooms, or if you know enough about mushrooms. Once again, I'm not a herbalist, I'm not a healer, I'm not a scientist, so I'm not telling you go out and look for, and I'm definitely not telling you go, y'all hear me, it's recorded on YouTube. I'm not saying go get a mushroom, right? But what I'm saying is, if you know what it is, you can go there, find a way to make sure that you can transplant and put it inside a box or something like that. All they need is, a lot of them, put some dirt in their stuff. All they need is darkness, and they need it to be a little damp, right? Next thing you know, you got stuff that's growing there, and you can have something that you're controlling within your own place. These are things, once again, when it comes to sovereignty, taking care of yourself, taking care of your community. These are things that are there to be able to do that. Even like give me a second, like even with something like this, right? Like some of you guys might go to the store. Let me just give you a couple of examples of something. Like a lot of you guys might go to the store and pay a bunch of money for something like this, right? Like these are some of the stuff I was talking about earlier. Just something real quick I could easily put together that I don't have to carry a huge pot over, like a little onion, green onion, right? Like how many people are spend a bunch of money or whatever, but the same green onion stuff that you buy or whatever, these are pretty easy, to be able to buy. You can put them in a pot, put them in the grass, put them right in your yard or whatever. They grow pretty easily, right? And it tastes great. Like it tastes better than anything you buy at the store. It's fresh because I literally just picked it. So it's going to be at its best. Or even, now you can eat this, but most of you would burn this, right? But this is sage. Why not just grow sage? You talk to those of you who like to smudge or do things like that. You got sage right here. And it smells great. And like I said, my smell receptors aren't that great, but when I get natural stuff, I smell it very well. Like it's outstanding. You can see, look at it. It's beautiful. It's got all the stuff. It's healthy, right? And this is stuff, and you can even, a lot of people don't, but you can even eat sage, or you can burn it, right? Like a lot of you guys would like gather a lot of leaves and things like that, but you could do those, of course. So there's a lot of stuff that's out there that we can have. And I'm just saying, that's what I was saying earlier, sovereignty and coming out the system is not exactly just living on paper. Even if you never got your paperwork done, you can still live as a sovereign. You just have to make sure that you are actually living as much as you can like a sovereign, and be prepared for it. And it's coming soon. You guys, if you're not paying attention to, like we've talked about on prior, we even had somebody comment, when they kind of called in yesterday. It's going to be pretty soon where a lot of this stuff you'll think about. But matter of fact, somebody shared a movie with me yesterday, and it was actually a pretty cool movie. If y'all want to look at it, just text me if you have the information or email me, whatever. But it was a movie basically about the rapture, but it was talking about like it was focusing in on the I can't remember the name of the movie. Somebody sent me. It's on YouTube. The whole movie. It was focusing on the Antichrist, and it was really like kind of interesting the way that they showed it, because it's very much so like they were using a lot of scripture. Now some of the stuff was still very Cristianos and stuff like that, but they were showing it. Can you? Yeah, you can grind up sage and use it in a dish. I used to use it as seasoning. Matter of fact, there's places you can probably buy sage that's already ground up. But yeah, if you have sage, if you grow sage, definitely grind it up. I just ate it in front. I ate the sage in front of you. It's not really my thing as far as taste, unless it's mixed with other things. But it has a huge medicinal purposes. But obviously, a lot of people usually just focus on just for smudging techniques. So for incense and stuff like that. But now that I've taken this one down, I'll probably use it for incense. But these are things that we can do on our own, as long story short. So thank you guys. We go extremely long on Sundays, which I have done. So I'm finished. I've actually gone longer than what we normally do. Thank you guys for listening in. We'll see you guys tomorrow. We appreciate you all. Thank you so much. If you want more information on different things that we've talked about today, as far as what we're attempting to do, if you want more information, of course, look at kofi-ofori.com. That's KOFI-OFORI.com. You can find it if you look on our actual TikTok page. Click on the link tree. You'll be able to click on it there, providing more information about what we do. If you're on YouTube, you can just look in the description box, be able to find out more. If you're on Facebook, obviously, thank you for coming over and looking at this later on. And we appreciate you all so very much. Thank you. Hopefully you got something out of this, and we'll be back on our regular schedule. I'm not sure if we're going to do Maya was saying, the Honorable Maya was saying that we are going to bring back the workout, but we're not going to do the 30-day challenge. We'll probably do it like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or something like that coming up. So for those who might be interested in doing that with us, 6 a.m. on those particular nights, or risings, excuse me, it's 6 a.m. Eastern New York time. So if you're going to get up, obviously it's earlier for some than others, but it looks like we'll bring it back, not this week, but I guess the following week. I had to double check that. If it's changed, and I'll put something in there, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be not this week, but the following week. So I guess what's today, the 23rd? So not the 24th October, but the 31st. Like, wow. Okay. I guess we'd be starting that rising when everybody else is starting to celebrate that evening, or whatever. But thank you all again. Appreciate you all. Take care of yourself. Thank you for your love, your time, your words of encouragement, listening in, hanging in. Some of you, even your gifts and talents you get behind the scenes. Some of you even give offerings or gifts of that nature, donations, even tithes. Help us out with the land. We thank you. We appreciate you. We have some families that we've been able to help out recently because of you guys, as they were trying to get stuff together, and because of your blessing, they were able to hold on a little bit to get certain things in their life. Keep praying for certain families that are dealing with passing of their family members as well. There's somebody else who just is dealing with that now. I haven't been released to say who the name is as of yet. So we ask that you just keep them in prayer, as they look like somebody's probably transitioning. I also ask you to keep my family in prayers. Looks like it might be a possibility for somebody who's here as well. Because of that, we will probably end up staying in this area, probably doing another coat drive in this area as well. So if you'd like to participate, if you're in the DC area or Baltimore area, in the Northern Virginia area, etc., where we got a lot of us, if you'd like to come and participate or give, or if anybody would like to help out with that or whatever, we can make sure that we give clothing and things to other people. Feel free to let us know, and we honor your gift and your giving. And I think that's it. So thank you all. We appreciate you. We're continuing now. So once we finish here, we head back down south. The focus is #Finish Strong, YLP 83, Yah's Land Project 83. I got meetings and stuff, that are just waiting for us to get back down, so we can see if we can look at some of this land that people are trying to give us, to at least start growing stuff on, so we can at least be hitting certain things that we need to until we finally get, we're going to try and do I think the goal needs to be about 6 figures. Sister Barbara, I keep making myself out to be a liar. I do have the address for you. I'm glad I didn't give you the address I was going to send you last night, though, because especially since it looks like we'll be doing another coat drive up here and seeing if my family's, okay, or looking at the transition of family, we'll probably have you send the stuff over here. So, but thank you guys. Appreciate you. Once again, check out my wife, the Honorable Maya, on TikTok, YouTube, her website, and Pinterest at Bloom and Flourish, not A&D, the letter N, Bloom and Flourish. She's a healer, herbalist, chemist, and biologist by degree. And we thank you for supporting her business as well as supporting Changing Lives Initiative, as that's a nonprofit that's giving to the community food, clothing, etc. Even stuff like shea butter and stuff like that, and bracelets, or I don't know, bracelets, shea butter, and stuff like that from you guys in the community. We appreciate you guys. I think that's all I have for today. So enjoy your Sunday. I'm going to enjoy my family day. We thank you all for being on with us again. We appreciate you. Somebody literally, as we were speaking, if you heard some noise and walking up, they were literally just coming up to give us some more stuff and make sure we had the truck and everything in order. And so we added some more stuff, and some people wanted us to pick up some more items later on. So we're excited about that. We're grateful to you guys. We appreciate you. And we look forward to being in front of you again. So as always, this has been Pastor Kofi, Pastor Servant of Christ, where we're always changing lives one mind at a time by being a voice of the voiceless and speaking the unspoken. Until I have the great privilege, opportunity, responsibility of being in front of you all again, please remember, as always, yesterday, that you are loved, you're necessary, you're majestic, you're fearfully and wonderfully made, and you, which is all of us working together, will be the reason why people who are in the system no longer have to be of it. Shalom, belated Shabbat Shalom. If we didn't have a chance to say to you yesterday, I did see a couple questions add up or pop up real quick. So once again, easiest way, just get in contact with us about any of the stuff we're talking about, the land. If you have a gift that you'd like to be able to help the community with, if you just want to learn where other like-minded people are that might believe in similar things that we're talking about here, if you want to be involved with classes, if you just want to talk some, if you have questions or something like that, if you like to be able to participate in other things coming up, if you have something that you'd like us to support, if you got a business, if you want to support somebody in our group that has a business, whatever the case might be, what we would like for you guys to do is the easiest way to get in contact with us, whether it's myself, my wife, etc., is to just go on. If you're on YouTube, just look in the description box. It's already there. If you're looking for information on how we operate and stuff, go on TikTok page, whether it's this page or Kofi_42. Either one, look up our link tree. Once you click on the link tree, it'll give you Kofi-Ofori.com, KOFI-OFORI.com. Click on that, or type that in, whatever the case might be. Once you do that, it'll give you information to contact us, etc. Feel free to text us. Texting is usually going to be the best for us as far as getting back to you right away. But text us or email us, and once we have your information and everything, or once we see what it is that you're calling or contacting us, we'll make sure we get back to you ASAP. So thank you very much. We appreciate it. And we look forward to talking to you guys very soon. Take care of yourselves. Take care of yourselves. Take care of yourselves. Keep each other lifted up in prayer. And remember, this is our year to live inside that which we have pursued. And we're going to finish strong. Hashtag finish strong in that. And we're getting to a place where we look beyond what we see, so that next year we can do what we're looking beyond what we see, so that we can press and strain. If those of you who want to listen, if you want to stay on for a little bit too, I can go ahead. If you on TikTok, you go away for maybe 30 seconds or so. If you can do that for me, I'll try to show you even what our sign or whatever will be for next year, if you like to. So just give me a few seconds and I'll be out and I'll be ready. Okay, just hold on 1 second. I watched the video of Solomon.
Yes, your reaction.
I'm gonna tell him. I know he doesn't know I watched. But okay. He's still asleep?
Yeah, he's still asleep. Keep the cartoon.
Okay. Oh, you're using the. Okay. Okay. Actually, if you're on YouTube, you might not be able to see it. I'm gonna try and see if I can turn the phone around to let you see it in a second if y'all want to stay on, if you're still waiting. I just realized y'all might not be able to see it. Oh, and of course, it's not showing up. Hold on. I don't know what's going on. Why are we having issues with this today? Okay, here we go. Alrighty. So we'll show this to you guys on YouTube if you want to hang in there. All right. You guys still there? Okay, cool. So it's going to have to be shrunk some, but if you want to kind of look at it, that's kind of what we're dealing with. So that'll be. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. All right. So that's what 2020. No. I'm sorry. So that's 2023. Look beyond what you see. Press and stream. Amen. So that's what's coming up for this year. Praise y'all. I guess I don't know if that's the color pattern or not. I'll let my wife deal with that. But thank you also for being on. Appreciate you. Talk to you guys soon. Probably put it on Patreon and some other stuff as well. We'll talk to you guys later. And for those that are on YouTube, we'll show it to you guys in a second. All right. Shalom. Peace. Take care. And for those who waited here on YouTube, there you go. Let me see everything else in the reflection except what I want you to see, but that's okay. Hopefully you can see enough of it. All right, y'all. Y'all have a great day. Thanks for being on. Take care. Peace.